Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you guys are doing well tonight. It is 11:04 in the PM, and we're getting ready to play some more Final Fantasy X. I love this game. It's been a lot of fun so far. We're gonna have to start side questing here, which is gonna be... it's gonna be a little bit less direction, I think. A little bit less understanding of what the fuck I'm doing. So as I understand it, there's supposed to be a few super bosses that are allegedly harder than, like, Ruby and Emerald. I don't know how much I believe that. I suppose I'll find out when I get there. I suppose I'll find out when I see it. How's everybody doing tonight? Holy shit. 10 pints of 0.1% juice. So what do we do now? What do you mean? What do we do now? What do you mean? Now we can grind the game. Could do Blitzball? Oh god. Oh boy, Raggy, please do a Blitzball stream today. Blitzball is almost as exciting as DMC2. Next, Dante will appear in Final Fantasy VII. Ghost, oh my god, bustin'. Make sure you equip the Glock to Kimari. I will remember to do that if we get to equip a Glock to give to Kimari. Somehow I don't think he's gonna get to do that though. Howdy, hombres. Oh my god. Howdy, Coma. How goes it? No. Be sure to grind for at least 7 pounds of beef jerky. God damn. Gotta keep them guessing. Late? I was not late. I was even like a few seconds early. Hello, Midnight Owl. Hello, everyone. Hello, Princess Apple. Hello, 2 Unknown. How are you doing? Hello. I think I said hi to Coma. Volbia was here a while ago. Hello, there was people who were here earlier as well. No Name Good Guy and all that shit. Chalky was here. And oh god, I can never say this guy's name. Draveziovis. I hope you didn't watch me butcher your name again. But yeah, I see your name is in the pre-fucking lobby, pre-stream chat, whatever the fuck you call that shit. I can never remember. How goes it, everybody? Damn, and I had my 11:01 comment all queued up. The fuck you you motherfuckers! You're just waiting for me to be 1 minute late. It's like I mentioned, like, oh yeah, I like to start at 11, and if I can't start at 11 for some reason during a day, I'm probably not gonna stream. And then it's like, all right, 11:01. Ah, Rag's late. Rag's late. He started at 11:01 because he clicked start streaming at 11, and it took a minute to connect. That's his fault. That's his fault. Hello, Volcanic. Hello, Croc Dude. Hello, citizens. How are you doing? Hello, Treasure Hunter. How goes it? Hi, Rag. How's your well-being? My well-being is being well. My well-being is being well. I actually I had sleep last night and all that shit. Hello, Stony Mick. Venus. Oh boy. Let's see. Hi from Canada. Is that where you're from? Or I suppose where you are. I don't know. I imagine hi from wherever tends to be where you currently are. Your current location. Oh damn. I'm so thirsty. I probably should have been drinking actual drinks for a while, but I have not been. So, oh man, I hope you slept well. I did sleep well. I actually got some sleep, which is you know, that's nice. My sleep doesn't usually get as fucked up as it was these last couple days, but here we are. I'm high from my bong. Well, I hope you're having a good time with it. I hope you're happy doing it. Yes, sir. All right. Oh, let's see. Do I have anything interesting to share? Anything that needs discussion? Nothing high priority. Nothing that I can't boot the game up for. Nothing that I can't just get right into it. Skip all of the pleasantries and the talking beforehand. I spent at least 24 hours fucking around with AI. I'm curious what you mean by that. Are you like talking to one, like character AI type shit? Or are you like prompting it, trying to get like a particular image? Or is this like you actually work in machine learning and are like fucking around with the internals of the AI? Using it to make art and stuff for my D&D game. Fuck. I'm like yawning. What the fuck? Oh. My goddamn neck needed cracking, and I'm like sitting here trying to crack it, and my fucking mouth is wide open. Oh. beating my meat like it owes me money. Oh no! You're not supposed to be doing that to your meat, dude. You're supposed to... It's supposed to be your friend. You're supposed to treat it nice and get a lady. It's like, oh man, his closest friends is nuts and his neighbor's an asshole. Oh god, okay. I'm like fucking... I'm like zoning out. What the fuck is wrong with me? So I have this kind of weird, somewhat philosophical question. I don't know. It's not like a deep thing. It's a very simple question. What is difficulty? Like conceptually, what is difficulty? When do you consider something hard? Like, if you lose in a game, if you like you're playing like Final Fantasy and you die to a boss, is the game hard because you died to it once? How many times do you have to die to it before you consider it hard? Like, is it like a oh, I made 6 attempts at this and I wasn't able to do it, therefore it's hard? Or is it just one of those like, ah yes, here's my 800 attempts. Game's easy, by the way. Because I've been thinking about this because like one of the videos I wanted to make a long time ago, before the Daggerfall stuff, even before, it's like, it must have been like 5 years ago, I had a script that was like half written, and then I scrapped it because I was trying to like quantify all of this bullshit. But the idea has still like been lodged in my head, and it's been stuck there ever since. I have no idea how to go about this whole thing. When it's no longer easy or moderate. Oh yeah, thanks. That's such a great definition. Ease of fail, lower threshold of fail state. Having to try something more than 10 times makes it hard. 5 is medium, 1 to 0 is easy. Depends. Do you mean actual difficulty or skill issues? Well, that's kind of the thing, right? Is there's a relationship between those things. Because sometimes, because all of these games can be really hard if you have like really bad skill issues, right? Like if you're not good at games, a lot more games are going to be hard to you, right? But if you're good at games or a particular genre of games, then those games might be like easy, right? Like I played Doom on Ultraviolence, right? I played Quake on Nightmare, and I don't think those games are that hard. But that doesn't even necessarily mean I'm that good at them. It's just like, oh, I did that fight without spending too much ammo and without taking too much damage. I'll just drop a save, and like you can do that throughout the whole game. And then like the same is true for like a lot of games, you know. But like then you have stuff like Halo, where it's like, okay, well, people generally are like, oh, well, Halo, like these days it's like, oh, Halo Legendary, that's easy. You just noob combo everything. And that's true to an extent, but I've watched people who are not necessarily bad at games, but have like haven't played Halo specifically for 20 plus years at this point, and even after the people know that combo, like actually doing it is not necessarily like the most natural thing, right? Like I find it to be a very interesting conundrum. You know, when is a few items of clothing on the floor becoming a pile? I mean, that's true. That's a part of it, right? Like maybe two shirts is enough to be a pile of clothes because you have technically piled them on top of each other. But it's not like it would be kind of misleading to say, oh, there's a pile of clothes. Like the expectation would be that there's more, right? I think there's multiple types of difficulty. Like Dark Souls is plain old hard, but then stuff on the NES is just hard because of bullshit. Yeah, I mean, there's some amount of that as well. Like I've heard the term artificial difficulty thrown around a few times. I think that's always an interesting one because I don't think people think through what they mean by that. It's like a buzzword almost. Just dying isn't a good model for that, because repeatedly dying could be because of poor design instead of a proper challenge. That's true as well. It's just like, that's just like my basic thing. Like when you, like there's a fail state in the game, right? So in 99% of video games, you're dying in some capacity. Rags waking his voice up with yap. That is kind of the idea. Also trying to get my brain kind of in gear, because I've been kind of vegging out a little bit. I haven't done a whole lot today. When does being good or adept is really a different thing? I mean, yeah, being good or adept can be. It's all like a scale, right? Rejoice! Ah, shit, I'm late. Are we still ragsterbating? We are still ragsterbating. I am currently ragsterbating my brain with this idea of like what is difficulty? What makes something difficult? Because like I one of the things that I think about a lot, like Dark Souls is the typical example, right? You're FromSoft, over the shoulder RPGs or JRPGs with like equipment and shit like that, and there's a whole bunch of different stuff to know, but it's also like if you know Dark Souls, it's not that hard, right? You basically can make it through most of it. Maybe you're not like, oh yeah, this is deathless, but you don't like you don't come up to Owen Smo and you're like, oh shit, dude, this is impossible. I don't know how to do this. It's just kind of like, okay, I can manage this. This is not that bad. You know, like, but that still, the game is still pretty hard, especially for that. And then, like, for me, and I imagine a decent amount of people, like, Daggerfall is an incredibly easy game for me, because I know how all of this shit works. But watching somebody play the game blind, a lot of people really struggle with it, right? And there's a level of that that's like, oh, this is a skill issue, but it's also like, that is part of the difficulty, no? You mean game journalist difficulty? I mean, that's another thing as well, right? Like, if you literally, like, one of the things that you look at for something like game journalist difficulty is like, okay, we're just gonna make you invincible. Step one. Maybe we even go as far as to make everything you do max damage, so it's impossible to fail. So like, if you were to do a game journalist difficulty for like Daggerfall, it's like, okay, you one-shot everything and you can't get killed. But do you also like then be like, oh well, you have to then also make it so that you can't fail the quests. Like every quest has 9999999 days remaining before you pick it up and before you fail it or whatever. You know, completely impossible time scale shit. I think difficulty comes from complexity, not necessarily the time something it takes to accomplish or how many failed attempts are in between. I think that's certainly a part of it. So the reason that the way I tried to break this down is like the way I thought about it was like this. There's a few different kinds of difficulty in my mind, and complexity is like one of the big ones. You know, something like old school RPGs, you know, is like, it's basically all knowledge. Like, if you know what you're doing, if you know where to go, who to talk to, what to steal, old school RPGs are super easy because there's so much that you can leverage to your advantage before you actually have to take any fights and shit like that. And maybe this isn't quite as true for like some of the earliest examples, but like for something like Daggerfall or Arena, that's certainly part of it. And then stuff like Dark Souls, it's like, well, you gotta have some level of timing, because you gotta be able to dodge the enemy's attacks, or otherwise be able to find openings in their movement and shit so that you can actually kill them. And that's its own kind of difficulty, right? You know, that's that whole thing. But then there's like also like rhythm games. Rhythm games are exactly the same every time. Like, you load up through the Fire and Flames, it is going to be exactly the same every single time, no matter how many times you do it, and you just have, it's rote memorization and execution. You know? Rag ignoring all the regulars tonight, only reading the blueberries. What are you talking about? Blueberries? I don't have any blueberries. What also, how are you doing, Boneless? Bad game mechanics or difficulty, just not intended difficulty. That's another factor as well. If a game mechanic is bad, that is part of it. That is still part of the game's difficulty, even if it's not necessarily intended design, right? Also, I gotta sleep, have fun, have a good night! Dark Souls is a really bad example because the fandom is awful. They act like if you didn't do it right if you used magic a built-in mechanic. I mean, yeah, but I'm not really looking at like I don't want to look at like, oh man, you made the game super easy by using magic and summons and shit. It's like, okay, because like that does fundamentally mean Dark Souls isn't that hard if you you use all of the tools at your disposal. You know, like you use magic, you use the summons, and you use, like in Elden Ring, like the fucking bells or whatever. Like yeah, it's not that hard. You know, like intentionally handicapping yourself is kind of one thing. It's the same as like with Pokemon, right? Like Pokemon isn't that hard unless you start nuzlocking it, you know, or you start doing like hardcore rules. You know, even doing something as simple as just turning on what is it called? Not Switch. It's the opposite of Switch mode or whatever, where like when you knock out a Pokemon, you can't swap out at the same time. But like something like that, even doing that is enough to trip some people up. I know I say some people. It was enough to trip me up the first time I had to take that into account. And I was like, oh, damn, that's a little bit harder than I expected. You know, I can't just get a free Switch. I didn't realize the value of the Switch. What's up, Wanderer? How are you doing? PS1 is easy. Just murk the Black Knight in the parish and steal his sword. That's what I did. I mean, that's kind of what I'm talking about, though. Like, a new player wouldn't necessarily know to do that. And even then, taking out the Black Knight isn't really that easy. Like if you know what you're doing, it can be pretty easy, you know, just backstabbing it forever. But if you don't know that you can kind of chain backstabs on it, then is that part of the difficulty as well? It's a really interesting line, I think, that people have to walk. One of those things that I'm fascinated by from a conceptual standpoint, you know. Difficulty is also subjective, different persons. Dark Souls may be easy to one person, but that same person finds, like, Factorio stupidly hard. When I was young and tried Dark Souls 1, I got stuck on the Taurus Demon and gave up the game. I've come back and beat all Dark Souls, Bloodborne, Armored Core, and Elden Ring. And I mean, yeah, right? That's another big aspect of it is, like, personal preference, what you're good at, what you enjoy, what kind of difficulty are you willing to put up with. Like, I've gotten all of the achievements in Dark Souls 1, 2, and 3. I've gotten all the achievements in Elden Ring. I have only ever completed like 2 or 3 songs on Expert in Guitar Hero. When I played like Guitar Hero Aerosmith when I was like fucking, I don't even remember. I was a minor when I was playing that game, but it was like Expert for most songs is probably not that bad, not that difficult to do, because like I said, it's all memorization, you know? Like, I think it's very easy to identify when a game is easy. It's a lot harder to identify when it's, like, giving you a decent, when what it is doing is challenging, or like, when it becomes challenging, you know? Like, Mario World 1 Stage 1, probably pretty easy for most people. That first Goomba probably gets you the first time that you play a video game, you know, if that's how it is. But that, like, after that, it's like, okay, this isn't that bad. Most people can beat World 1 Stage 1. How much harder is it to beat, like, I don't know, World 7 Stage 2, by comparison, you know? Did kill it legit first playthrough and stole the sword. Nice. There's also different kinds of difficulty from a game like Dark Souls or Mass Effect versus something very cerebral like a Sudoku game. Yeah, like puzzle games are another thing that's different. Your reflexes don't matter at all in a turn-based RPG. Your understanding of statistics matters greatly. Actual skill versus knowing mechanics. There's a video from a YouTuber called Doomwolf called Dark Souls Baby Easy Mode where he rushed Black Orb and proceeded to destroy the game with a few button presses per boss. Rush to Black Orb. Black Orb? I'm not sure I'm familiar with what that is. Is that like... All I can think of is the fucking Black Dragon Calamite. But somehow I don't think that's what it is. This conversation, what doth life? I mean, that is a little bit of what it is. Like, in my head, I've turned this idea over a few times in my head because I wanted to, like I said, I wanted to make a video on it fucking forever ago. Like 3+ years ago, I wanted to make a video on it, but I couldn't really piece it together in a way that I was satisfied with, because I looked back at the script and I was able to pick, nitpick apart my own arguments and shit, and I was like, if I can do it, then I know people on the internet will. And I don't know that it was something I really cared to try and improve on at the time, but it got me thinking, because like we did the Seymour Flux fight a couple streams ago. And another streamer who I've been watching mentioned that they did not, they got to that fight and then they felt like they had to grind in order to continue. And I'd be curious if I'd be curious to have a longer, more in-depth conversation with this person about that. But I also don't want to be like outing everybody else's business. But like that one fight kind of killed their desire to continue playing FF10. You know? I used to find RPGs impossible as a kid, only returning to them now because I'm not only slightly less stupid. I mean, that's another thing, right? Like child debuff, what you're able to comprehend, what you know and understand to be important in different games, right? Like I imagine if you were a huge fan of like math and this was like your favorite thing. Holy shit, thank you for the $30, Hungriest of Hippos. I appreciate it very much. Yeah, I hope you're having a good day yourself. A good day. Sends out several at once and explodes things. I played Knights of the Old Republic before I could read. It made the game harder. I imagine it would, right? Like, let alone that you don't, that you can't, if you can't read, then you don't, understand what the you don't even understand the tutorials, let alone any of the abilities or what they're supposed to do. You know, I could very easily see somebody who doesn't know how to read being like, hey, I'm gonna throw, I'm gonna click all of these different things in the skill trees and only get one level of anything, when that is going to result in probably an extremely unoptimized character and a really difficult time later down the road, especially if you're playing on anything harder than, normal. Just finished the final Macalania Woods Butterfly Hunt. Woo, nice. Kick ass. Kick ass. Speaking of the butterfly hunts, oh god, we're gonna have to go back to Macalania. We're gonna have to go back through all of this fucking game and do the Pokemon Master shit. Oh, why did HH get censored? That's a good question. It didn't even show up in live chat or anything. Oh man. Oh. Anyway, that's enough philosophizing. I got curious about this idea in my off time. My problem was I hated listening to the dialogue as a kid, so I'd skip everything or do something else while people talked, which led to me only like games with quest markers. Oh man, I mean, I can understand, because I was also a dumbass kid. I don't think I ever skipped a bunch of dialogue. I remember I had this policy. I was a weirdo. I had this policy as a kid. I would not, when I played Halo 3, Modern Warfare 2, my policy in my mind is I have to beat the campaign on the hardest difficulty before I can play the multiplayer. And I know that's a really stupid policy, but that was the case in my mind. The multiplayer was the reward for playing the single player. And it was kind of weird in my mind when I met people who like never played the campaigns for these games. I was like, what do you mean you never played the campaign, dude? That's like the whole thing. That's the spell name. It's called Darkbead. Oh, that's right. The fucking the one that's like a shotgun. In Ulasil somewhere. I would read everything, but refuse to listen to the voice acting. I do love Skyrim. Everybody loves Skyrim. Well, actually, a lot of people really hate Skyrim, but, you know, didn't COD used to make you do the campaign before multiplayer, then they stopped? I don't think so. Maybe they did for Modern Warfare 1, but certainly by the time Modern Warfare 2 was done, you didn't need to. Call of Duty World at War, you needed to beat the game in order to play Nazi zombies. I remember that much. Like, you needed to beat the campaign to unlock Nazi zombies mode. But, like, regular multiplayer, I'm pretty sure was available from the outset. It's funny because he was like, it took 3 button presses to kill this boss. Baby, easy mode. I love Skyrim, doing a VR run of it right now. Nice. I love Skyrim for what it is. I am terrified for what Skyrim is pointing to and what Elder Scrolls 6 might look like. I've in my mind I've had to come to terms with the fact that I'm probably not going to be the target audience for Elder Scrolls 6. I will still play it when it comes out because I'm a pig. I love slop. I can't help it. I've loved Elder Scrolls for so long that I would feel really weird about not playing the newest release from Elder Scrolls, especially after it's been now it'd be, if it released right now, it'd be like just under 15 years. It'd be like 14 and 3 months or whatever since Skyrim. It hasn't been completely destroyed the same way that Fallout has been, right? Right? It's fine, don't worry. We'll all be dead before 6 is out. Fair? Fair, that's true as well. We'll probably all be dead. Balance is impossible because humans will always try to optimize. I think that that's true to an extent. Like, without forcing everybody to be on rails. Like without forcing everybody to have the exact... Holy shit, dude. Fucking hell, I have, like, the hiccups. God damn. Without forcing everybody to have the exact same experience, it, like, you kind of struggle to create, like, any semblance of balance. It's a very... I think it's a very interesting problem that people have. What is this game? There's, one of the games that I've been following on Twitter, I want to say it's called Eternity Egg? Eternity Egg. Apparently, the dev got some complaints on one of the levels because it was like, this is... The movement required was too difficult, the platforming was too hard. Which is kind of an interesting complaint, because they mentioned that, like, well, I've been messing with this stuff for so long, like, I didn't realize that what this was actually difficult, right? You know? And so it's like, okay, how hard is it? What exactly is it that makes it hard? Oh, man. I think it's an interesting question. TES6 will be amazing. It must be amazing. I've been huffing copium for so long that I will actually cry if it's not. There's some games where it's just straight up your own mental abilities. Again, Sudoku, or to a lesser extent games like Factorio or City Skylines. See, those are, I think, trying to do it, like if you fill it out wrong, then it's just, like, you've just done the puzzle wrong and you have to try again. You know, stuff like crosswords and like proper puzzles that you think of, I think are a different, like the complexity required for them, I think, is very, it can be very demanding. Don't worry, even if the Elder Scrolls 6 sucks, they'll make a suite of mods for Skyrim that are better than the Elder Scrolls 6, like Skyblivion. I'm very curious for Skyblivion's release. Like, Sky Oblivion and Skywind, those are the two that I'm, like, most curious about. Because, like, I'm pretty sure Todd Howard has said that we're not getting a Morrowind release, or a Morrowind remaster, which is, I think, probably for the best. I think OpenMW is probably all I would really want. Same for, like, Daggerfall Unity. Those are probably all I would really want in a remaster. Oblivion's remaster I played and enjoyed, even though there's a few weird things that it's mostly nitpicky stuff, but like I don't really care for the way the Argonians are designed. They look more like dinosaurs and less like lizards. Like it's very more like more dragon than like skinks. You know, that I like, and I don't like that the elves have beards. Super Puzzle Fighter is fun. If we could get a remaster of Morrowind with voice acting, I'd be happy. Isn't that what Skywind is trying to do? They're trying to do they're trying to do like fully voiced characters and shit as well. Oblivion remaster is cool. I need to actually beat it. The way the enemy leveling system works is awkward to me. The enemy leveling system. Like the remastered leveling system, where it's simplified. As long as the Elder Scrolls 6 runs in VR without a 6090, I'll be happy. That's fair. That's fair. All right, I actually need to boot the game up. We can continue this conversation once I know that the game is fucking on, because we're basically going to be doing a bunch of grinding, I think. I'm pretty sure. Man, we talked for half an hour? What the fuck? Holy shit, 37 minutes? What the fuck? What the fuck? What do you mean it's been 37 minutes? I feel like, I'm not gonna lie, dude, it feels like I just hit start stream. It's crazy. I hate that. Even the remastered enemy leveling feels weird. Why are bandits wearing bloody Daedric armor? Why do dungeons keep refilling? I mean, probably because they were like, huh, we want everybody to, we want you to be able to keep coming back here for our Radiant Quest system. Actually, it wasn't Radiant Quests in Oblivion. It was Radiant AI, right? Like walking between cities and shit. You should set an alarm. You do this every stream. You're right, I do. The Voices of Vardenfell is a mod that adds voices to the game. Rag, let's play Final Fantasy X. 37 minutes later. So what actually is difficulty? Okay, dude. Okay, dude. I have a theory that time does actually move at different speeds, but as we are within time, we have no way to measure the distortions. Last year's February was also over in a blink. Interesting. I hope one day that you can prove that theory. I hope that you can... Let's check out what these Omega Ruins are like. This is the only new place that is not related to the story. This is one of the other things.
What is this place?
Ooh.
700 years ago, a monk who defied the teachings was sentenced here.
Was he now?
Oh, the traitor Omega, yeah?
Omega's loathing of Yevon has turned him into a fiend.
They say he liked it underground, out of the light.
So, he's here?
Scared?
Not a chance.
To be fair, I accidentally power leveled by doing alchemy, like a lot of alchemy. I like alchemy and crafting systems. I mean, I don't blame you. I think I really liked how strong enchanting and alchemy and blacksmithing were in Oblivion, or not in Oblivion, in Skyrim. Fucking hell, not in Oblivion. So how bad are we gonna get destroyed? But I also like Ouroboros. Let's see, what are we working with here? Oh, this doesn't have a scan on it, does it? But I liked how strong they were. I felt very annoyed by how it felt like it forced me to be like, okay, here's like my first like 60 levels are dedicated to these 3 things because I need to be able to make the best potions so that I can make the best armor, so that I can put the best enchantments on it. And then after that, you could then dedicate your points elsewhere. But it was very that was kind of my big issue. Take a wild guess what Fiend Omega is. Is it Omega Weapon? You should try the Atelier games if you like alchemy. Here, let's just, I have this horrible feeling that we are not able to kill these things. Let's, shooting star this one. I will not pray. This guy doesn't deserve it. Oh! He did not get ejected. That's not good. Time does move at different speeds. According to the general theory of relativity, time moves slower proportional to gravity's strength, and it moves slower when you move faster. So what you mean to tell me is that I'm moving fast as fuck. You might need like 10 to 15 levels. Firaga. They are hitting me for numbers that I was hitting them for. I think we have to hit this one with the spiral cut. It's not dead yet. Oh no. You lived somehow. We live these. Okay. Somehow I'm worried. Beaconell Desert should be good grinding if need be. Start cactuar hunting. I can't help but notice that you said cactuar and not quacktuar. Are we actually gonna get to quacktuar things? Quickly strike an enemy with reduced recovery time? Hell yeah. Iron Dagger grind meta turn into jewelry making meta. I mean, it kinda did, right? Actually, I don't. That was probably a waste. There are real cactuar in the desert. While minor, there is a meaningful, detectable difference in the flow of time between the ground and orbit. Satellites that actively orbit with the ground, like GPS, must account for it. See, I've heard about that kind of stuff, but the only. I don't really know. I don't know how I would go about trying to comprehend it, really. I have no idea how much health these things have. Down goes Bahamut. You need to be going an appreciable portion of the speed of light to have any noticeable effect on your time. You need to be moving 0.999861 C to have 1 second for you be 60 seconds to an outside observer. That's a lot. That's really fucking fast. That's insanely fast. Cactuar also give 12,000 AP if you overkill them, but they're also rare. And we can life you. Remember, time and space are not different things, merely different aspects of the same thing, like electricity and magnetism. Oh, brother, you're speaking to a streamer. I can't comprehend the difference between those things. Like, to me, time is when and space is where. And anything that tries to meld those two things together into one unified, cohesive idea is going to bounce off my smooth brain like water off a duck's back. Anyone see those old Cactuar and Tonberry Flash animations? A friend of mine actually showed them to me. I haven't actually, I only watched them the one time, but I did watch at least a couple of them. Damn, so we don't get anything for, we don't get jack shit for fighting these things. Yeah. Alright, well, we're gonna board the airship. At the speed of light, time stops. For a photon, it experiences 0 time. Moving at the speed of light means any amount of time for you is an infinite amount of time for an outside observer. Hence, it experiences 0 time. See, that entire concept is nuts to me. He shouldn't have done that. He's just a boy. Alright, let's see. So, we're side questing now, right? So, I think this is maybe, so Kalika Port is where like the Blitzball arena was, right? So I imagine there's no enemies on that. Like black holes get spaghettified. That is a very unfortunate typo as well. Another fun astrophysics fact, the event horizon of a black hole is called that because any event inside the horizon is casually disconnected from the outside universe. Biscuits and mustard. Did we get Yojimbo last time? We did not. I'm wondering if it might be better to try and become a Pokemon master in every area on the way up there first. Basically, just because it's, because it's easier, or if we should maybe go backwards for that. Causally, not casually. As in causes something else. You know what? I'm just gonna we're gonna start from the bottom. We're gonna become Pokemon masters. Ugh. I had one friend who tried to talk to me about something being causally, oh, not this way. Something being causally disconnected. He was trying to talk to me about like the theory that time is moving backwards or whatever. I have no idea what the fuck he was talking about, but the idea he presented to me was basically time, like the future is already written or whatever. Not he didn't say it that way, but basically that the future already happened, and so like instead of having cause and so effectively cause and effect are reversed. And all I can think is that that it sounds silly to me.
Take that.
Water Flawn captured. Raggy, have you watched Sling Blade? I have not. Universal Loop Theory, is that what it's called? Once inside the event horizon, there is no possible way you can escape because all of your futures are now inside the black hole. Interesting. I just kind of assumed that it's like, ah, yes. You're just gonna die here. Luckily, we did capture quite a few of these when we first came through. Physics is wild, man. Isn't matter ejected from black holes, though? I mean, obviously you aren't surviving that shit, but still. I'm actually curious, because, like, we know that stars... Like, so as I understand it, like, a star going supernova is like a... It's essentially just like the star expanding and dying. And I would imagine that means that all of its energy, all of the materials of it gets expelled. Maybe not necessarily like directly outward, but just gets expelled like from the center of mass before maybe it coalesces elsewhere. Do we have a name for what, like, do black holes do that? Like, I don't know if we've ever actually observed anything of the sort. Apparently we've only been photographing black holes recently, apparently. Matter is not ejected from black holes. Hawking radiation is a very different thing. However, black holes very, very slowly evaporate because they lose energy from gravitational waves. A theoretical black hole the size of the observable universe has a mass the exact same as the mass of the observable universe. So there's a real chance that the expanding universe is the result of us being inside of one. That would be a fucked up way to find out that, oh, we're in a black hole. I don't know that I would be happy to find that out. I'd be like, wow, that's fascinating. How do we get out? How do we escape?
Farewell.
Condor capture limit reached. So there's only the 3 species on Besaid, I think.
Let's go.
Not really fucked up way to find out, considering we don't even know what's inside of one. And the fact that we have our own black holes would point to it being cyclical. Maybe? For a stellar mass black hole, it would take 10 to the 67 years. Dingo good. The condors were finished with. I hope we... No! No, we can't do that, Stony Mick. Or otherwise being outside of our current models. Sorry to tell you, but I'm the main character and everyone else is NPCs, at least from my perspective. Well, from my perspective, I'm the main character and everyone else is an NPC. So what we're really learning here is that, alright, dingoes are good. What we're really learning here is that the universe doesn't care for us specifically. Thinking about our universe, outer space has always been kind of unnerving to me. None of it makes any sense, yet here we are watching some dude play Final Fantasy X! It's like, dude, this whole existentialist shit is scary. Can you guys just chill out? We're trying to play a video game. From my perspective, the Jedi are evil. Then you are lost! Waterflaw. Please tell me that we are good on the waterflaws.
Farewell.
Alright, good. We're done in Besaid. We don't need to keep here.
That's how it's done.
Alright, let's GTFO. My god. My god, it's historic, meteoric. Alas, my poor Yorick. Oh, what am I doing? Okay, whatever. I will overwrite it. From my perspective, Rags yapped a lot today. I didn't even intend to. I didn't realize that it was 47 minutes into, or 37 minutes into the stream. 47. I don't need to be... Alright, so these were treasure chests. This one is just a port. We'll be going to the port, I think, when we play, or when we start playing Blitzball. But I think Luca was the next one. It's always wild to think of the scale of the universe and inevitability of entropy, and then just kind of be like... Man, I love shaking ass in VR chat! Oh, wait. Hold on. Am I a dumbass? I am a dumbass. Kalika Port must be somewhere else. There's monsters on the path to Kalika Temple.
Here we go!
Also, I've heard the idea that we're in a black hole doesn't work because black holes are defined by how they are different from local space-time. You can't be different if you are everything. I mean... that makes sense? Yeah, I see where what you're saying with that. Is it not possible then that there are like smaller scale black holes and we're in a larger one? Oh, hello, what's your deal? Feel free to buy loads of merchandise, but I ain't giving you a discount. Oh, is this because I tried to open her chest or whatever? Rag was mad because I wasn't there. The sun is local, just outside the firmament. What? I feel like that's a reference to something that I'm not understanding. I should probably be talking to people, shouldn't I? Yeah, there was this whole thing, like the path to, when we were going toward Operation Mihan. All I know for sure is that my heart says maybe. Ambushed. Dionics and a yellow element.
That's how it's done.
You know what else is local? What else is local? Eventually be the same thing to the beings inside of them. For a more philosophical perspective, I view it akin to the idea that we're in a matrix. It is something we cannot know and choose to believe that there is the real normal life. Mass Effect before MGS2. Thank you for the $10, Chalky. I appreciate it. I appreciate it very much. At this rate, I'm never gonna play MGS2. It's gonna be... It's gonna be permanently pushed back.
Farewell.
Yeah, even if we're in a black hole, it's completely divorced from the experiences of any member outside of our species in the future. Any member of our species in the future oh god. It's completely divorced from the experiences of any member of our species in the future. Fuck. I had to read that like 4 times for some reason. Might as well believe this is how the universe is and not some weird nonsense. I mean,
That's how it's done.
I find that that's the easiest way to go about existing and like dealing with life. Like if you like, I know that some people like to get really existential and like, oh man, what about all this stuff and it doesn't matter or whatever. But I feel like all that you end up doing if you take that to its like logical extreme is basically to be what you basically do is just like the whole thing devolves into like essentially nihilism, like nothing really matters, and it's much easier to just take life at face value, I think, than to like okay, this matters because I care, you know, or this matters because it affects people in like a positive or negative way.
Take that.
I get panic attacks when I start being existential. See, that's the kind that's what I try to avoid. I can understand why some people get stressed out about it, but in my mind, like why would I bother getting stressed out about something that ultimately I don't really have that much control over? Lucky you, I get panic attacks at random times. That, that sounds unfortunate. This matters because penis. All my Trolkey responses keep getting censored. Are like the knife point one, or are you like trying to use language that YouTube doesn't like? Absurdism, life is meaningless, be happy anyway. I mean, that's one way to go about it, right? Because like, I don't think life necessarily needs to have like a meaning in the traditional sense. It makes it much easier to go on if you think that what you're doing matters. If you know, it becomes a lot easier to stay motivated in just generally speaking in life, you know? I was never under the impression that my life actually mattered in the long term, but I can have fun, maybe have a family, do all that gay shit. Exactly. You don't need to have some grand design. Even just something simple like, I don't know, making a face at a baby on public transit so that it laughs. Doing something like that. Like, does it matter? In the long term? Probably not. What are you deleting, Hippo? What did you delete? Saying the N-word on national television? I mean, it's your life. 1 hour yaps incoming. I would not be shocked if these streams basically all devolved into just yapping while I fucking try to become a Pokemon master. Killer Bee. I can spend my limited time here on this mortal realm, on this mortal coil, watching a guy I don't know pretend to be a twink playing a 25-year-old game and typing responses into my phone for him to read. Now, I'm not pretending to be a twink, okay? That's never been the case. I just have a big head, alright? That's all. That's all it is. It's representative of my ego. Victory music never gets old. True. Okay, hear me out. Scream it and then demand to know who it actually hurt. What's the actual death toll of the N-bomb?
Farewell.
I don't know. I'd struggle to speculate on something like that. Twink is a mentality. One that I have never claimed to be to have. One mentality I've never claimed to have. Smith, stop it. That's not true. You're lying to yourself and to me.
Take that.
We have so many fucking things. Time for a Ragcast, a podcast from Rag. I don't know. I don't think I would, I don't know how well I'd do with a podcast. I thought about it at one point. One of my buddies, Cheb Gonaz, has had a podcast focused, basically focusing on necromancy in media, in like games and shit, because necromancy is like the big thing he's into. And I thought about maybe doing something similar, but I don't know that I could talk for that long without an audience, without extremely scripting it. And then at that point, I figure I might as well turn it into a video, which, like, I know that a lot of people do podcasts where they basically just shoot the shit with a couple of friends and upload it to whatever. Rag, are you scared to read my comments? No. I just don't see much point in reading Lamau Smith. Is there something? Have I been missing? Am I ignoring you? Yeah. Intentionally or otherwise? It's a small head further down. How would you feel if your whole life was meant so... How would you feel if your whole life was meant so that you could stop a child from running into traffic? Would that talk you out of punching your ticket early? I don't know. If that was the mindset I was under, maybe. I think suicidal ideation is kind of one of those things I haven't really considered. Since high school. That was the last time I really felt anything of that. Well, yeah, that's like the main one. Today on the Ragcast, Daggerfall for the 1000th time. Like, if that was the mindset I was working with, I might be convinced to be like, you know what, sure. If I'm gonna like stop another kid from dying, I can at least wait until I do that. But I don't know. That's not something I'd claim to be super familiar with. YouTube is fucking with me lately. Should I type shows in my chat but not yours? Oh, wait a second. Hold on. Aww. I was hoping that the butterfly thing would work here as well, but it doesn't seem to be the case. Ideations are lame. Agreed. Like I don't know if you've ever seen that. The thing I always go back to in my mind is the fucking the Family Guy bit where like Peter is working the fucking suicide hotline and he's just like, doesn't it make more sense to kill her? And then he's like, oh my god, you're right. And then the guy hangs up. I always think of that. And it's like damn. What happens after I save that kid? Am I just fucked? I mean, it's your life.
Enough.
You know? Plot to the opening of Yu Yu Hakusho show! Oh my god. I read the manga for Yu Yu Hakusho. I love that shit. That was sick. I remember as a kid I was reading the manga. That was the first time. That manga, actually, I remember there's a particular panel in it where it has like a bunch of humans that are essentially bathing in the demon's blood. And there's like a whole thing about it. And that was that was one of my like earliest exposures to like gore. And I was like, I remember being like I don't want to say traumatized, because that makes it sound so much worse than it actually is. But I remember that being one of the, like, panels that, like, really shook me, and I was like, oh my god. That's so messed up.
Take that.
It was like, I remember it vividly. Ideations of self-deletion are dumb. That's why I take meds to stop having them. Exactly. I place no value in my life simply because I don't feel like it. It's a small thing to it's a small thing, and a small effort is kind of a moral test of will, because you don't know when it will happen. Yu Yu Hakusho is peak. I've had intrusive suicidal thoughts before. Just a sudden intense drive to jump off the roof. Shit was scary. Yeah, that would that sounds stressful. I think I'm just numb to them now. Well, better to be numb to them. Yeah. We've devolved into some very heavy topics that I didn't intend to. No cost to you physically, but the ego. I don't know. Getting back on the podcast subject, I have no idea what I would even do one about, what I would talk about, what I would say. All right, so we got this one. Got this one.
Take that.
I think we just need the yellow elements. I think maybe we're missing one. I didn't intend -2. Oh my, you fucking... I didn't intend us to? I didn't intend -2? Is that what you're doing? Is that what you're doing to me? I need to find it. There was a comedic skit where a guy talks to an angel and learns his life purpose is to bump into a guy so that another guy will go on to write a great novel. Damn. You're just like, oh, I'm just explaining everything. Explaining Daggerfall to X format, maybe? Like, explaining Daggerfall to... Do you mean, like, X like Twitter, or like X like to, like, a particular person? Like, I don't know, my fucking guest or whatever? X like a person?
It's over.
It's just a whole podcast of me just explaining the game. I feel like, I don't know. I feel like if I did that, I would be... It would very quickly devolve into me saying the same things over and over again to different people. Explaining Daggerfall to my girlfriend that has been indefinitely delayed because of my lack of Riz. It has been indefinitely delayed. Okay, we're good on these captures. I don't know if the same enemies were on the other side if there was anything else on the way to Kalika Temple. Let's see. Watch me have to fight another boss up here. Nothing? No new chests or anything? Oh. You there, your kind is not welcome in this holy place. You shall not pass. Okay. Well, I guess that's everything here. I guess we're going to the next place. Going right after Luca. Explaining Daggerfall to my cat. I'm unsure if it cares. Just like every so often, I get interrupted with a meowing. If a deadline comes, he may default to you. Oh God, I don't wanna. Explaining Daggerfall to Todd Howard. I'm actually curious. I would be very curious to hear what Todd Howard's experience with Daggerfall is, because my understanding, and I don't actually know, I don't know 100% what exactly Todd Howard did at Bethesda. I don't remember when he started working there. I don't know if he was working on Daggerfall at all. I know he was given. I know he was a significant part of Redguard and a significant part of Morrowind. I don't remember if he worked on Daggerfall before that. I don't think he was on Arena, though. But I would be very curious to talk with Todd Howard about Daggerfall specifically. Like, if he knows anything, if he has experiences with the game. Because it's one of those... Because it's so old, I feel like a lot of people now haven't... Like, I think Daggerfall is still leagues less popular than Morrowind. And these days, I'm pretty sure Morrowind is overshadowed strongly by Oblivion and Skyrim. Can I trick my cats with treats to see if it'll stay for the whole explanation? I wouldn't need to trick my cat with treats. I would just need to not touch him. I'd be, like, he'll happily sit there and listen to me the whole time, as long as I'm not, like, trying to pet him and touch him and bother him the whole time. I think he started at Redguard. That's what I think as well. But I'm not 100%. I think Todd Howard worked on additional development. He got hired during Daggerfall game development, but wasn't a large part of anything until Redguard. It's interesting. I wonder what additional development means, like, specifically. Because I feel like additional development could be anything from, like worked as, like, a bug, someone who would, like, find bugs or whatever. Like, I don't know what the fucking specific term for that is. It could be anything from that to basically just working on, like, cleaning up code. I don't know if that's what Todd Howard does, though. Like, like, he was a significant part of, I don't know. Instant Riz for sure. Tell the Riz list to do it to a random woman instead. Oh God. That one Pulp Fiction gif. Guy in a blue cap travel agency is a good recruit. I'll worry about recruiting people once I get to once I actually decide I'm gonna do Blitzball. I'll be like, all right, let's go grab everybody that I need. We're gonna save between games. I'm gonna cheat. Not literally cheat, but I'm gonna make sure that
Enough.
I'm gonna make sure I don't fucking waste too much time. I found a source from an interactive saying Todd Howard worked as a sound designer. A sound designer? Is he the one responsible for the way the skeletons sound? It was time for me to leave the temple and travel the world. Along the way, I hope to spread the teachings to the people I meet. I think he has a few interviews as well about it. But it said the team was so small, everyone did small parts of everything. I do believe that. Like, Bethesda was a fairly tiny development team until, like, I want to say until after Morrowind? I want to say even Morrowind, they were still relatively small. We're receiving many refugees from Bavel. They have suffered a trying journey here, and it is our duty to protect them from fiends. Todd was vengeance, Sky confirmed. That would be sick. It would be really funny to find out that that was actually Todd's voice. I don't think it is. I wouldn't be surprised if that voice actually has a credited thing. I have to spread the teachings. My brother and Yevon, you are the only religion on the planet. Everyone already knows about it. To be fair, compared to other AAA studios, Bethesda is still tiny. They are, yeah, they're still the regular Bethesda team, I would say, is still pretty small. Like, I don't know, when I think Bethesda, I think of Elder Scrolls, and I think of, I think of Elder Scrolls and Fallout. But, like, even though they technically also do, like, Doom and shit now, like, they're owned by Microsoft, so everybody does a little bit of everything. If you talk to NPCs, everyone's like, yeah, Yevon is going to shit. Yeah, Yevon, it's not going well, guys. I would be curious. Man. We have to fight so many fucking enemies. So many silly little dudes who don't really pose any challenge. Captured. I think we only need to fight one more group of those, and I think only one of them is gonna actually be anything. I'm actually curious, what happens to Yevon now that we've kind of killed Unaleska? Like, I know that she's not, like, literally a deity or anything, but she is kind of, like, an extremely important figure, no? The best Bethesda game was Home Alone for the Game Boy. Didn't they also make, like, a soccer game or whatever fucking forever ago? They were, like... Go to the High Bridge and you will find out. I suppose I'll find out then, yeah. I have to become a Pokemon Master first. You'll find out more of the backstory of Yevon. Interesting. Unaleska said something about Yevon before she died. I'm kind of under the impression that whoever Yevon is, whatever Yevon is, it's probably not good for people. Let me see. How many... Yeah, fuck it, why not? Might as well. I'm like trying to pay everything everything down. Is there okay, honest question, is there any reason to actually use any of these other ones when I have Bahamut? Like, I can understand, like the stronger summons that we might get, like, Yojimbo is kind of the big one I'm thinking of. But is there any reason to use anything other than Bahamut until then? Yevon kills everyone after Sin is destroyed. Not that Sin was holding him back or anything, Yevon just finds the world boring without it. Why do I get the sense that that's not true? We're going to barge in on Yevon and kill God JRPG style. I always think it's funny that that the stereotypical JRPG boils down to teenagers kill God. Bahamut is flat out the best Aeon by a mile, depending on your stats and stuff. Yojimbo question mark summon, Bahamut, and then everything else. So Bahamut is outclassed by one other thing, maybe. Oh.
Booyah!
Because I just made it up on the spot. Ah, I see, I see. So that's why. That's why it was a suspicious statement. He's the best of the core Aeons. That, yeah, that makes perfect sense. This takes a while, don't it?
Booyah!
After you finish this up, you should go to the GDQ speedrun of Final Fantasy X and skip to when they get Bahamut. Do they just use Bahamut every fight? Is that what happens? The speedrun strat and also the optimal strategy is to take Yuna down Auron's grid and max out strength. And at that point, he does outscale Yojimbo, but if you build Yuna normally, then Yojimbo is better. You need to use power spheres on all Aeon's strength and magic. I'm trying. We're getting power spheres, man. Man, so I don't know. I started watching these videos on Tales of Bajayal.
Let's go.
I don't know if you guys are familiar with that game at all. The only reason that I'm curious that I started watching these videos is because I played the game like 5 years ago. It's this insane roguelike RPG game. It's super cool. But I played it for 140 hours over the course of like 2 weeks or something. With like a couple extra attempts a few weeks later. It was like I was playing this game like 10 hours a day every day for so long, for like only 2 weeks, and I was like, I actually need to stop playing this game, or I will actually like lose my life over it. It was very, it's so deep and rich in mechanics. And it makes me wish that I was better at it. Yuna has a bonking stick and she's not afraid to use it. Aeons get stronger as Yuna does anyway, so you don't really need to spend resources on their stats. I'm kind of curious. One of the things that I wish I could see in all of the Final Fantasy games is exactly how the core stats, like your agility and your strength, how exactly does that impact, like, the damage output that you do? Because, like, fundamentally, I understand, like, in this game, fundamentally, I understand agility affects things like your chance to evade an attack, or your speed in combat, and also, like, your accuracy. But what exactly... Like, how exactly? How impactful is one agility? Because like in Daggerfall, right? You can there's fairly simple modifiers. It's like every five levels is in a given attribute is a +1 to whatever the fuck that attribute controls. And then it's just rolling D100s. But I feel like the relationship in these games is a lot more complex. Because, like, the numbers are so much bigger, right? Like, if I look at, where is it? Not custom, status. Like, if I look at Waka, we've got 40 defense, 51 strength. How does that impact the damage that we take when we have 3,000 life or 4,000 life? Rag's already a shut-in, so what would change? What? There is an actual formula, but I don't remember what it is. At max luck, you never miss, for example. See, that makes perfect sense, right? Like, I feel like luck having an impact on, like, critical chance is, like, it's like critical chance and accuracy. It's like, okay, I can wrap my head around that, but does it also, like what is that? Are those the two things that it does, and how exactly does it affect it? I don't know what's going on, and I'm not joining tonight because Bob Ross and chill with the fam, but you best quit bullying my boys Boneless and Coma. I ain't bullied nobody! But I hope you have fun with your family, Fuda. I was joking about what would change if your life got absorbed by that game and you were just spending so much time on. Oh, yeah, I read that a little late then. Well, the thing that would change is, I was employed. And I was like, damn, my sleep issues are getting even worse. Well, stop being employed. I see. So that's the plan. Just stop being employed and play video games forever. Bob Ross and chill sounds lit. In recent years, my family has been doing like, for Christmas, we've been doing a, like, Bob Ross painting thing. Where, like, the whole family... So, in our family, we have, my mother and my brother are both, like, decent artists. They both, like and enjoy... they both, are good at and enjoy doing art. But the, my dad and I are not very good at art. But we've been doing, like, a Bob Ross thing for Christmas. We've done 3 now. The first one was, like, some mountains. The second one was a cabin in some, it's like a cabin in the woods. And this latest one we did is like a campfire kind of scene.
Let's go.
And I think it's really funny that I can always tell which, like, when we look at the paintings again, other than the fact that like, there's a very obvious step down in quality when you look at mine, even compared to my dad, who is also not particularly artistically inclined. But then, like, the step up when you look between ours versus my mom and my brother, it's like, man, this is not fair. And it is totally fair. It's entirely a skill issue, but goddamn it. I would love to see your paintings. I would be willing to share them, except for the fact that they get posted by my mom on social media. And you know, I don't want to be like, ah, yes, here's a very easy way to identify me. Like, I imagine it's not that hard to be like, look for images similar to this one. Practice, practice. It is practice. It's all practice. It's literally all skill issue. But I just don't care about art. Not really. Not from a like making it perspective. I think it's fun. I enjoy it, don't get me wrong. But like actually improving at it is not something that I've ever I've ever seriously considered. There was a short while where I kicked around the idea. Like, you can probably still find the VODs for what is it called? The coding streams I was doing. And before coding, one of the ideas that I had, but I didn't actually act on, was to do, like, learning to get good at art. And I thought that was a neat idea, but man, like, it intimidated me because I was like, damn, I would have to then come up with ideas for art after the fact. Like, and when I thought about it, it's like, okay, do I actually have any intentions to use this skill? Like, if I let's say I do this, how good do I get? Is that something I actually care to use? And I concluded that not really. Like, I don't draw in my free time. So why would I bother to draw, like, on stream or something? You know? Google reverse image search. Too bad, I've already identified you. I'm currently in your attic and you're hiding in your insulation. The rag slumber party draws closer. Oh no. Boneless and Boneless and Smith are gonna find out where I live and live in my attic together. I'm gonna have to, like, keep a watch out for anything copper in my house. And if something goes missing, then I know what's happening. I just want to be a Pokemon master, guys. What's gonna be really embarrassing is I'm gonna find out that there's actually a whole other area in one of these areas is gonna be like, oh, there's actually a secret area off to the side that has, like, one of the 2 enemies that you need to find. But it's like a 3% encounter rate there. And if I'm in the wrong place, then oh well. So what's the shiny odds in this? That's a good question. The warrior monks were hiding High Road until recently. Now they're gone. How irresponsible of them. There's actually a whole other area off to the side. Yes, actually, several. I mean, for this one, I know that there's some stuff around. I don't know if they have different encounters, but I figure I should get the encounters I know about. Like dual horns and frickin' what are the other ones I'm missing? There's like a couple of lizards. If you see a random 411 gremlin in your house, don't run off. Yeah, in your house after you turn off the lights. No, you don't. Also, they're not they're not food from your fridge. You mean to tell me that the food from my fridge grew legs and is currently invading my house? I wish I could draw and paint. My brother got that skill and I can do music. I mean, ultimately, I strongly believe that it's all pursued interests. So if you really do want to get better at it, then, I mean, practice, practice, practice. All right, so we got all the dual horns. We have all the Raldos.
That's how it's done.
We live in the desert, so I have never seen so many flowers. Damn. Jose High Road in particular is annoying as fuck because there is a mob that only shows up in sunlight patches. That's crazy. Please don't make passive-aggressive threats and then play it up as a joke. I don't think it's a passive-aggressive threat. I think it is just jokes. Because the reality is, I am an American. I think they know. Ugh. I did not read that at all. The all bed won't be acting so big if the warrior monks were here. Are you sure about that? I think... Hopefully that's the last one of those. I'm hoping that those are the last two of those. I think it's just the Mihen, whatever the fuck it's called, and the white elements are the only ones I'm missing. Let's see, can I get one more encounter here? I doubt Rag's Americanness, not enough gun. I actually own 4 guns myself, and my brother has another 4 guns. 5 guns. Like, I've got, I have a USC 45, an AR-15, a TriStar Cobra, and a, like, a Glock build with, like, it's like SCT frame and a few other parts that I can't remember off the top of my head. My brother's got a Glock, a build Glock, a AK, a shotgun of a variety that I can't remember. Is that it? Yeah, I think that's it. So we've got, between the two of us, we've got 8 guns in the house. Rag, rules for home invaders. 9mm kills the body, but 45 ACP kills the soul, and Rag isn't dealing with any liches. Floating eyes. I only have a BB gun from my childhood and a bow. My Americanism is low. Armalite. The weapon of my ancestors. AR-15 is kind of just nice. It's so nice. I have very sharp knitting needles. No guns, just needles. I mean, whatever makes you feel safest. Like, I have a few friends who don't own firearms because they're like, I don't want to deal with the headache of owning them. I have crying and trying to make you feel bad. Nope. Not saying that. Alright, white element's done. We just need the Mihen Hounds or whatever the fuck they're called. The best self-defense. There are guns in the house, but I do not own any of them. Yeah. I bought, I'm actually really annoyed. I think I mentioned this before. Like, when I was buying ammo for my AR, I bought one, so my AR is 5.56. So, like, obviously, I could get 223 if I wanted to. But I don't. I like getting 5.56. So, last time I bought ammo for it, I bought 3,000 rounds of 5.56, and it turned out I bought 3,000 rounds of green tip, which is not allowed in any of the indoor ranges around here, which is very annoying, and makes it extremely difficult for me to expend any ammunition. So on the one hand, I'm like, oh, this is sick. I have like 3,000 rounds of ammo that I can go through. On the other hand, I'm like, I don't want to. On the one hand, it's like, yay, I have a shitload of ammo. On the other hand, I'm like, damn, I can't fucking use any of this ammo. So I'm like, stuck between a rock and a hard place. Simply to seduce any home invaders. I'm not allowed to federally. That is unfortunate, but I don't own any guns because my state sucks. When I eventually move up down south, I'll eventually have a personal armory large enough to take over a sub-Saharan African nation. Probably don't need that much to take over, to be honest. I got guns, several guns, range days go burr. Man, what I want. What's funny is I'm considering getting another gun, but like one that is specifically like for concealed carry purposes, because I have the build Glock, which is functional for the purpose, but not ideal, because it's like a Glock 17, so it's a little bit big for concealed. Have fun with your mission. I'm out. Have a good one, Tralky. Or wait, are you talking about taking over? You don't want to join us? I actually had I have a friend. We made jokes. This might get me in trouble a little bit. I hope not. I made jokes about like starting a gun smuggling ring to Australia. Because my Australian friends were like, "Fuck, I want guns." I asked my I asked one of my friends about like Australian gun laws, and it was like, it's insane shit. Like, the shit needs to be completely disassembled unless you're firing it, basically. So it's like, it's disassembled in the case, and then you get to the range and assemble it, or some shit like that. I don't remember the specifics because I'm not an Australian, so I was like, fuck it, I don't care. But it was it was shit like that, and I'm like, what on earth? This is the third of this exact same encounter we've had in a row. I don't think I really care to own a gun personally, but I think I'd enjoy if I could just take a couple shots at a range. I mean, you can rent a gun at the range. That's it tends to be a little bit more expensive, but if you don't actually plan on shooting that often, then it's like they usually have like a, hey, here's like it's doing this to me on purpose. It's like pay like an extra $45 or whatever and rent the gun, and then you have to buy all the ammo. And range ammo tends to be expensive, but it's also, like, if you're only shooting every couple of years or something, probably better. It's the vibes, all that matters. Get a flintlock pistol. Do I have to kill this exact encounter for it to rotate or something? What the fuck? Like, I'm looking to get, like, what? A white, not even a white element, like the Mihen Scroungers or whatever the fuck they're called. The hounds. The dogs. And I know I've done seen one over here. Just wear suit jackets and chest rig, and you can wear as big a gun as you want. That is true as well. Quickly chiming in to tell you your rant about slurs in the server was really off-putting and offensive, and I can't believe you said that. And at your age, and also nobody cares about the word. Alright, good to know. Appreciate it. Thank you. We'll pull up to the range with a milk gallon full of black powder and flintlock. That sounds like it would be a load of fun to do, I'm not gonna lie. I've never fired a flintlock in my life, and I would love to. That would be sick. Banned from Twitch in 3, 2, 1. No! Alright, let's see if any of these other areas have different encounters. Ride the shoe puff? We need to go exploring. Oh my god. Let's see. Alright, these are different encounters. Vivre.
Farewell.
We need to remember that we're still missing the Mihen Hound or whatever. Mr. Reg, you have a call from a word that I'm not going to say. I'd love to get a regular cartridge firing gun mocked up to look like a flintlock. I feel like that'd go hard as hell. That'd be pretty cool, I think. I've kind of promised to myself that if I ever picked up a Desert Eagle, which I kind of want to eventually, because fucking 50 AE would be really fun to shoot, I think. But I've made this promise to myself that if I ever pick up a Desert Eagle, I'm going to make it like the gaudiest, ugliest fucking thing. It's if it's not, or not ugly, but like this fucking, like, I want it to be big and obnoxious, right? Like, I want it to be, like, gold-plated, cartel gun shit. Just because it's a fucking Desert Eagle. Desert Eagles aren't that strong. You want a full-load Casol. I want a hand cannon that's, like, a proper hand cannon. Like, there was a while I was looking at what was it, 4.54 Casol and 500 Magnum revolvers for the sole purpose of being really big revolvers. That was like that was the entire appeal of them. A full load Casol round will break a Desert Eagle in one shot. I have no doubt about that. Man wants to be Duke Nukem. Duke Nukem. Man. I don't think we've run into Epirias before.
It's over.
There's a Master Ball in Pokemon, there's a Master Sphere in FF10 that lets you activate any node. Sick. Since it does technically fit in one. Isn't that, like, kind of a similar situation to, like, a fucking, what is it, like a 40mm grenade launcher round fits into a flare gun? Like, yeah, it fits, but that doesn't mean you should. If the show is called Invincible, then why can I see it? Did somebody say Thunderlord, bless, or what was it? Thunder Fury, Blessed Blade of the Windseeker? What a stupid name for a mount. I can see it even though it's called Invincible.
Farewell. No time to waste. Let's go.
All we need to do... We need to kill so many of these fucking guys. I'm actually curious. How many... We're maxed out on Power Spheres again. Oh god, where is it? Aeons. Attributes. Keep going. Keep going with the strength. Magic Spheres are much rarer. Magic and Speed are much rarer. Silence Buster. Extract Mana. We could do Armor Break. That would be pretty sick. Cheer, aim, focus. We're gonna go to... We're just gonna go to Scan, I think. I think we're gonna teach everybody Scan. Because we fucking can. I'm gonna find out later that this is a horrible mistake. And that by teaching scan, I've made it so that these things are all going to try and learn more magic, and they don't need it, or some shit. Forget guns. Call me when I can put swords on drones and send swords at people like a Xianxia movie. Is that like some Chinese director that has used sword drones before? That sounds insane. I think you can still gain a good amount of Eon strength by having Yuna participate in more battles. I didn't even consider that she's not really participating in this shit. Here. Let's swap out Auron. Why not? It's a genre? Xianxia is like superheroes. I'll find out later this is a horrible idea. Someone's parent, probably?
It's over.
It's like martial art high fantasy. Okay, stop me if this is incredibly offensive. Like the live-action Mulan? Wuxia is martial art middle fantasy. Interesting. I've heard these terms. I've never actually considered what they mean. Well, actually, I've never heard of... I've heard of Wuxia. I've not heard of Xianxia. Not the Final Fantasy, not the first one, just somewhere around the middle. Just somewhere around the middle. We need the Eperia, these Vuivres, Thunderflans. What's so final about it? Well, apparently it like saved Squaresoft or whatever from going under. So, like Wuxia, the martial artists can jump high and do obviously fantasy things, but it's still somewhat realistic. So then I imagine Xianxia is like fucking Hadoukens and shit. Like very obviously this is not real. They'll do magic, seek immortality, control swords with their minds. That sounds pretty sick. Like, I want to say one of the characters in Mortal Kombat with like the psychic swords or whatever, blind dude. I want to say his name is Kenshi or something, but I don't actually know if that's the case. I fart, you zero sum. Don't fucking zero sum me by farting. What the fuck? Our Wuxia is for when someone doesn't get the joke. Ha ha ha! You're so funny. I fart, you zero sum. Xianxia is in a nutshell. Okay, I understand. I'm picking up what you're putting down now. Thanks. I'm glad you find my appreciation to be enough. Oh, that's the wrong person. Mortal Kombat is sort of like a Xianxia through an American lens. It's the same vibe, but misses the tropes and folklore you'd see in something from China. I'm curious. I feel like there's gotta be, like, some Chinese equivalent to something like Mortal Kombat. Maybe not quite as extreme in the violence, because I know China tends to be a little bit iffy around like skeletons. At least that's what I understand. Like the fucking Chinese versions of like there's certain magic cards. The Chinese client in World of Warcraft, the undead, are much less bony. Your appreciation is enough to get me through this bathroom break. Thanks for your service. Probably Thunderbolt Fantasy is the most accessible thing to watch. Sounds like those curse springs of drowning young girl, drowned panda. What? TLDR, the Chinese and the Chinese government are retarded. I mean... Ranma joke? Which China are you talking about, by the way? Serious question. Like People's Republic of China? Like Republic of China or People's Republic of China? I mean, either / both. I'm not well versed enough in the in politics to or Eastern cultures in general to be able to identify the differences, the cultural differences between people of Taiwan and the people of like mainland China. Like I don't know the difference. Like culturally. Odds are if you handed me a property that was from the region, I wouldn't be able to tell you which one. I might be able to identify like I can identify probably Japanese stuff because I'm much more familiar with Japan specifically, but basically only through like pop culture anime stuff. Not like I could maybe identify it through like, oh, there's like references to like particular things that I like, oh, this one has something to do with Fuji. That's probably Japanese. But like I don't know shit about like the cultural landmarks in China beyond like the Great Wall, right? And the Great Wall is big enough that it's referenced in American shit as well. So that by itself wouldn't even be enough for me to be confidently say that is what this one is. China is culturally so basically mainland. China culturally so basically mainland and Taiwan and a few Japanese islands. To say mainland China or true China. Republic of China is commonly called Taiwan. Anime is why I suggested Thunderbolt Fantasy. It's a Taiwanese production directed by Gen Urobuchi with a soundtrack by Sawano. Interesting. Thunderbolt Fantasy. Just gonna pull up a tab so that I don't forget that it exists immediately after stream. How are there 63 people watching this stream? Is Rag that entertaining? That's a good question. I have no idea. I just kind of these days I just turn the stream on and people show up. It's great. It's great. I feel like I don't do anything different than I did fucking forever ago. But it's also like there's reach now. Yay. Need 4 more. No, we need 6 more. I'm sorry, all I can think of is that fucking meme with the path to like the happy kingdom and the path to the dark evil kingdom. It's like we need 4 more. No, we need 6 more, and one of them is just like evil. It's because you've become John Daggerfall. Apparently I have. Like, I posted it before. I think I posted it on Twitter. Somebody recognized me in a completely unrelated comment on a completely unrelated video. They're like, what the hell, John Daggerfall? Gotta go, mainly just wanted to call out your rampant racism on the hidden server that only cool people get to join. Okay, dude. I hope you have a good one, man. Have a good rest of your day or whatever the fuck you're doing. Bro, I'm on a WoW private server getting ganked and teabagged. Dude is probably 40 years old. 68 standing very still, trying not to get noticed. Give it another 10 years. We'll have another... We'll have some reason for 68 to also be funny. And then it's just an entire range of really silly numbers. I joined because of my insomnia schedule, because you go live after everyone else. I do go live after everyone else has gone to bed. You mentioned that on stream. Yeah! I think it's really funny. Because, I don't know, in my mind, like, I still think of, like, Zarek Jackaron as John Daggerfall. Because I'm pretty sure I watched his videos before I watched, before I played the game myself for the first time, and then, was like 3 years after that I actually started making videos myself. 68 is crying while someone else plows your wife? No. What the fuck? I joined because without Rag's voice... Oh my god. Oh, I read so much of that. We're so fast. Anyone else realize that Rag has a lumpy head? Oh no, they have a lumpy head. I mean, my head's pretty lumpy. What came first, the stream or the dagger vids? The stream, like long before. I watched to support Sunny. Hell yeah. Sunny deserves the support. Sunny is actually the one playing, Rag is commenting. Fuck, they're onto us, buddy. They're onto us, what are we gonna do? We just need to kill these fucking Epirions, and then we can go back and look for the Mihan Hounds. How could you do this to me? Does your streaming keep your brother up since you said you love him? I mean, I've told him before, if it becomes an issue, like I can adjust if necessary. But he tells me it's fine. Live with him. He tells me it's fine. There's some of the same monsters that show up in the Mushroom Rock area, by the way. We'll get those that area as well, I guess. I just want to make sure I grab these, the ones that I know of, since they're here. You should change it up one day to be at 9 p.m. or 9 a.m. Why did I read that as PM? The only time I can recall doing a daytime stream is when I decided I was going to finish Bard's Tale, and I started doing I did like a 24-hour stream. God fucking damn it! I'm missing one enemy. But like, I did a stream in the middle of the day then. And I started stream, I want to say I started stream at noon, and then I kept streaming for like, I think I streamed for the full 24 hours And then I was like, damn, I'm still not done with the game. And I needed to do another stream in order to actually beat the game. Which was a little annoying for me. But, like, I kind of knew that I was getting into something extremely difficult. Also, you're either going to love or hate Thunderbolt Fantasy. Next stream, you'll either gush about it to me or never talk about it again. Whoa, 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 what if I don't watch it? What if I just hadn't picked... What if I just didn't spend the time? What then? Oh my god. We've gotten all of these things. Now you'll watch it? Oh. Oh. I've been bullied. I'm being bullied by being told to watch things. You need to turn off Final Fantasy and start watching it now. I've imprinted you. It's over? Where the fuck are these things? Did I... Is it like... It's gotta be that they, like, show up in a particular area or something. I'm going crazy. What the fuck? We're just gonna walk up and down this line, I think. I feel like I've been pranking myself. Hocus pocus. Your save is gonus. No! Hocus pocus filiokus. Here. We're gonna let's make sure we don't do this. Let's not lose our shit. Ambushed. That's annoying. Alright, y'all, it's after 1 AM here. I need to hit the set. Good night. Rest well, Smith. Have a good night. I need to... I can't believe that it's like... In both of these areas, it's like the skinny dog-looking thing. There are only two constants in this world. Death and One Piece, but Thunderbolt Fantasy is pretty good, too. God damn it. It's none of these things. Come on. Hyperion! There, okay, there's one. Watch, I'm gonna go through all of this effort. Okay. I was gonna say that, like, oh, we're gonna go through all this effort, and we're gonna have already reached the capture limit, so I didn't actually need to find it. How fucked up will it be when I go back to the, when I go back to the Calmlands and the guy's like, dude, you didn't need to capture all of these this time. You needed to wait until I told you to. There we go. Alright, capture limit reached. We can leave the area. Now we just need to find those dogs up top. I'm gonna move along forward on the path and hope that they show up there. We have no reason to ever come back here, I don't think. Oh boy, oh boy. What a wonderful time. So I've been thinking about this Mass Effect and Metal Gear Solid thing. And I gotta say, it is quite something. Because I do want to play both games. And I have the Legendary Edition of Mass Effect. And I just picked up the Metal Gear Solid Volume 1 collection. Whatever the fuck it is. But I question the Steam version of Metal Gear Solid. Because how the fuck does it do, like, Psycho Mantis's fight? Or, like, any number of the other meta aspects of the game? Where you're like, ah, yes. Here's, like you... Snake, you need to look at the back of the box to find the frequency you need to look at. Or whatever the fuck. Like, do they just outright tell you what you're supposed to do instead? Or is it like fucking... Here's a silly, like, other meta aspect that we can do. Did we re-record lines and shit? Because what the fuck is the deal with that? And furthermore, I guess, how does... I'm curious to see how Metal Gear Solid 2 takes those same aspects. Like, that same, like, kind of... I guess... That same kind of meta tone. Because they've been doing that shit since it was Metal Gear on the fucking MSX or whatever the fuck it was. Well, like, they like, literally mentioned by name, it's like, oh, it's the MSX, it's this fucking cool, device that we use to play games on, or whatever. Which, like... I feel like the ports to Steam would, like, really fuck with a lot of that, no? So many questions that I have. I'm also curious... So, okay, what I was gonna say, what I actually got to thinking about. So, what I've been thinking with, Mass Effect and Metal Gear Solid is that when I eventually get around to playing Mass Effect, I figure what I can do is I can do, like, I can do the Mass Effect games, the Legendary Edition, whatever the fuck. Ooh, hello. Oh. I wanted to talk to them. Oh. I guess not. What I was thinking is I could do the Mass Effect games kind of one after the other. And once I've done the Mass Effect games, we can once I've done the Mass Effect games, I can do MGS, basically 1, 2, 3, right after one after the other. Well, I'm gonna take a wild guess. I don't know what the fuck these people are doing. Dark Sandy, Dark Cindy, Dark Mindy. What the fuck is this? Oh boy, are you in for a treat. Why am I terrified? Miss! Oh, that's not good. Well, we did Blaze. I guess we should do... Shock? Pasado. Pasado. What?! You did how much damage?! Bro, they're fucking teabagging Waka with this shit. What do you mean? What do you mean? That one bitch did 45,000 damage with every single one of her attacks, and then she hit me like 10 times. He just did 600,000, 700,000 damage. What the fuck? What? Oh dear, I actually recognize this one. I just came back, hope you saved. I did! I saved right before I went on the fucking road. Holy shit! What the fuck was that? Was that one of the super bosses? Welcome to one of the hardest bosses in the game? Oh my god. I accidentally ran into a super boss. Oh my god, I wasn't expecting that to happen to me. Like, we ran into the one in, Besaid, which I don't know if that's even a super boss. It just fucking 999s everybody every time. And I don't think we're prepared to deal with that. So I was like, okay, well, we'll go do something else. The Magis Sisters? Alright, we need to get the Mihen Hounds or whatever the fuck. I can't remember what they're called. It just needs to not be the fucking Dark Horns and 2 goddamn bombs. Oh, it can be 3 bombs as well, I suppose. That's crazy! If it says dark before its name, be scared. The originally from FF4? I mean, maybe? I don't. It's been a while since I played 4. What did I hear about MGS? What I was saying about MGS is, if we're gonna do Mass Effect before MGS, which it's looking like is gonna be the case, we already have these, then I can play the Mass Effect games, get those, get those done, with the Legendary Edition, and then after that, I can do the MGS, 1, 2, and 3. I'd be replaying 1, but I also scored, like, Elephant or whatever, like, really badly on it. But just so that I, like, actually have the story kind of fresh in my head, instead of, like, just kind of jumping into MGS2 after I haven't played MGS1 in, like, 2 years. Back-to-back MGS2, MGS3 would be peak. That's kind of the idea I'm toying with. Kind of doing back-to-back MGS 1, 2, and 3. Kind of like treating it as one experience. Kind of the same way I would. I'm also planning on doing that for Mass Effect. If you got the spare teleport ally skill spheres, I recommend grabbing Riku's mug on everyone. It does double duty in later areas as you're filling the Pokedex. On the physical attackers, anyway. Mihen Fang. Everything else I'm pretty sure we've gotten. We should have a few extra spheres. I've been, like, unsure exactly what I want to do with them. Because it seems like it's not that hard to just grab all the shit that I care about. Grabbing Mug seems like it would be good. Let me actually see. What do I actually have? I have Waka moving down the Black Mage path now. That's kind of funny. We got Quick Hit, which is kind of the same place that Oren's going. Let's see. Return to any previously activated node. White magic, black magic. Move to any ally's location. Changes the node into a luck node. HP, magic, HP. Got these. Activates a skill node used by an ally. Activates a special node already used by an ally. What are special? Okay, it's anything that under the special thing category. Got it. I'm just a little bit dumb. Use luck, spare change, double cast, reflex, balance buster, sleep buster, triple foul, mug. If you got the stomach for it, return spheres are common in blitzball tournaments. We'll see once I once I start grinding blitzball. Late game leveling is extremely easy, just tedious. So, like, if we want to get the... So, Kimari and Riku already mug, so I'd be looking at getting for Orin, Tidus, and Waka. We need 3. 3 of those. Are you capturing? We are. I think I need only like 1 or 2 more of these Mihen fangs or whatever they're called. The dogs. We just need to get those done, and then we can leave this area, because we can't go any further forward on the path until we can defeat the frickin' Dark Sisters or whatever the fuck they were named. The Dark Magus Sisters. Omega Ruins to grind, just gotta skip some fights for the speed. I tried one fight in the Omega Ruins, and we survived, but we didn't get any XP because it was the frickin'... It was the bombs, and they all exploded themselves, so we didn't get shit. The only thing we're missing here is Mihen Fangs. Please! What'll be tragic is we're gonna spend all this time, and it's gonna be like, oh, maximum capture limit already reached. You can get into Mushroom Rock Road, just gotta teleport to it from the airship or backtrack from Moonflow. Is it more likely that we run into the Mihen Fangs there? Because we went to the Mushroom Rock Road, I'm pretty sure. How far in are you? We've defeated Unalesca and are currently trying to fill out our Pokedex. We're like near the beginning as far as the Pokedex is concerned, but you know. We're basically just looking for those dogs. For Mihen Fang, the best luck I had is just up and down the road. Mihen Fangs are only in this zone. Damn. Up and down the road around the agency. It's remarkable how rare some of these fucking encounters feel. When they're not really that rare overall. Like, the Dark Horns are not that bad for us. Hmm. Damn. It's always these these bombs and these flying dudes. This shit is so fucked up, man. I just want one or two more of these guys. You got like 5 or 6 more times. I think this is the first road in the area. That's like a wild encounters area. For Mushroom Rock, your limiting mob is going to be Garudas, which are only on the lift near the only up the lift near the Operation Mihen elevator. Oh no. Well, that's going to be annoying. We did run into Garudas in another place as well. I want to say we were running into Garudas. I think we were in the Mushroom Rock. Or no, there was somewhere else where we were getting them. These motherfucking things are not what I'm looking for. I need to get Titus something that gives him like first strike or whatever, just so that he can instantly flee if we want to. It's really annoying having to do Yuna's attack first. And I always fuck it up. I always forget that we have the skill, which I intentionally gave her, I'm pretty sure. Come on. I'm just gonna go right here. I'm gonna trust that this is the last one. Wrong. Wrong. So this should be where the agency is, I'm pretty sure. I didn't run into anything while I was in here, but that doesn't necessarily mean that we can't. Oh, and we went over there. That's the biggest puddle I have ever seen! The children are happy. Everything is so new to them. Interesting. Good night, Sonny. Are you going to bed? Rest well. Where is our fucking... Watch, this area is going to be a completely different... There's going to be completely different mobs here. Oh, maybe not. Mihen Fang. Alright, capture limit reached. I mean, we had already reached it, but I'm not keeping count in my head. YouTube is acting up very badly for me. I'll be hopping off for the night. Have fun. Have a good night, Princess Apple. What's up? How you doing, Captain Jacob? Where's my fucking... Wow, we did 2 areas in 2.5 hours. Though, in my defense, that's mostly me talking. I'm just gonna pray that the other road doesn't have anything that we haven't seen. And if we find out that it does, then I guess we'll find him then. Rags rocking tonight, hell yeah. Hell yeah, dude. How many other areas are there? so when we look, Bodge Temple has, I don't know if it's a super boss, but it's definitely a boss fight that like KOs and shatters us, which is difficult to deal with. Besaid Island has Dark Valifer, which is terrifying. These are all treasure. Dalika, they just tell us that we're not allowed to keep going. Luca is just where the stadium is. Mihen High Road has the Dark Sisters. Mihen Ruins, maybe? I'm impressed by your determination and questioning your sanity for not using speed up at the same time. Oh, yeah, this is the... Okay. That's what this is. The reason that I don't use speed up is I don't like to use emulator tools a lot of the time. I want that, like, I think I've said it before, like, I try to play the games as close as I can to the original releases, or like to the console experience, and I realize that emulators are only going to get me so close, but I feel like if I start using emulator tools, then I bypass a lot of the struggles that I would have had I been playing on hardware, you know? And I don't want, and I do eventually want to like have a setup where I can use hardware if I choose. It's just it's just annoying. Mihen High Road is what you just did. The beginning of Mushroom Rock is blocked by Magis Sisters. Oh. What is the mushroom area that I went to before then? It was called Mushroom something. Is it just called... Let me see. Yeah, Mushroom Rock.
Yeehaw! Here we go!
This is where we got God Hand. And I'm pretty sure we ran into Garudas every now and then here. I think Garudas were the only thing we were missing. It's like what? Yeah, because we got this. We got this. Yeah, so those three are already done. I think we just need the Garudas. All the temples are closed. It's part of Mushroom Rock. Yeah, this is an area that is inaccessible by the looks of it. I imagine we're like up on the road on the cliffside. Not sure if the entire bestiary can be encountered here or not. We'll probably find out. We're just gonna capture all of the Garudas until my plan is basically to capture everything up to the Calmlands, and then once I've captured everything in the Calmlands, or the Calm Plains, whatever the fuck it was called, once I've done that, then we can look into like, okay, what exactly do I need in each of these areas? How many things am I missing? Because I would be kind of surprised if I actually got literally everything. Another Garuda captured. Let me double check my orbs. Manosphere is at 96. Let's spend them down a little bit. And attributes, Bahamut. Yeah, let's throw some more into agility. And even more into strength. Man, if I need to defeat the Magus Sisters, the Dark Magus Sisters, I'm gonna be so annoyed. Raptors. Did we already get these? Yeah. We got Raptors, we have red elements, and we have these things already. So we can run away from anything that's not the Raptors, or that's not the Garudas. You don't have to. I mean, I know I don't have to. Well, okay, I don't actually know about the Magus Sisters. But if you're trying to 100% the game, you for sure need to. I do want to defeat them eventually. That is the goal. The goal is to defeat all of the super bosses. That is when I consider myself done with a Final Fantasy game. Like, I did... When I played FF5, I did it off stream, but I killed Omega. In FF7, I did Emerald and Ruby weapons. In 8, I did Omega weapon. Like, I feel the desire to do those things. I think it's fun. You should try to recruit them. Recruit them? If we want to do that, we'll be going back to Omega Ruins to grind. I have no doubts about that. I will be kind of shocked if I make it all to, if I don't have to do any grinding. Let's double check this one, I guess. I'll be surprised if I don't have to do any grinding to defeat some of the super bosses. Like, even the easiest of them, there's it might, like the only one that I fought that I was like, you know what, this is possible, was the one in the Baj Ruins or whatever. It seemed like it was really hard, don't get me wrong, but it seemed like okay, this might be doable. The Magus Sisters, it didn't even seem doable. It was an instantaneous trouncing. You don't have to beat them to capture all the monsters. You can backtrack from Moonflow, Jose High Road, or whatever the teleport is. Every Dark Aeon has a normal counterpart. I mean, that does make sense, since we have Valifer, so it makes sense that we'd be able to get, it makes sense that Dark Valifer would exist, so if Dark Magus Sisters exist, then it stands to reason that regular Magus Sisters is probably summonable. I don't know if we can get the dark ones, probably not. You would need Anima to fight Magus? Maybe. Probably. But I'll have to figure out, we're gonna have to work on getting all that stuff. And I imagine that it's gonna be a while. Man, we ran into like 2 Garudas, basically one after the other. I think there was like 1 or 2 encounters in between. And now it's been a while. It's been a few minutes since the last one. We only need 10 of them. You don't think it would be that... You wouldn't think it would be that hard. And we did a few last time. So we might be done. I don't think we are, but we might be. You gotten all the destruction spheres? I don't think so. Well, good luck with that. Yeah, I know, right? That's like half of this shit. Good luck with that. Stain just played in my head. Come on! I need to... What would make me so happy is to run into one more Garuda and then have it be like, oh. If we could just check the monster arena from the save spheres, if only. Thing is, I'm pretty sure the Calmlands are still like an actual, maybe not like challenge the same way it was before. Let me see. But like, I imagine it would be something, no? Something harder. It'd still be pretty hard. Yuna, why are you so fast? Do you have like an initiative thing? Is that what's going on? Is that why you always go first? No. You're just fast as fuck. Da, da, da. Please, Garuda. Oh, okay. Garuda? The area outside Xanarkand is a good grind. Another Garuda captured. I think for grinding purposes, like the Xanarkand ruins are our current level. Flee! Oh man, come on. Come on! You know what I wouldn't... let's see, how many Garuda do I think I killed last time? I think I only got like 2 or 3. And so that other one was our 3rd, so we probably need 4 more. This shit fucking annoying. It's amazing. Like, I'm like, hey, I just need... Yeah. Like, the path that we can walk on here doesn't match up with the map at all. I imagine the map is probably... like, when we actually go to Mushroom Rock, like, proper. I ended up with, like, 30 level 1 key spheres by the time I found the Cactuars. God damn. Garuda captured. That's 4 tonight. Right by the save point has 3 good fights and 1 or 2 to run from. How goes side questing? Slowly. I figured, hey, it would be easiest if I start with the Pokédex, because that seems like the most annoying grind. I don't know how hard it's gonna be to level up enough to defeat the secret bosses, like the Magus Sisters, who fucked me up when I accidentally happened upon them. But certainly this is taking a fucking minute. This at least isn't difficult, it just takes a while. Garuda capture limit reached. Beautiful. So we only needed the last one. So, that's everything that we can do here. Board the airship. So, we need... We're like halfway down the list, I think. Yeah, Mushroom Rock. So now there's Battle Site, Jose High Road. Yeah, not quite halfway, but pretty close. Let's go... I guess we're just going down the Battle Site. I think Battle Site is one of the secret ones that has the, I think it just had a bunch of zoo in it. Maybe? Yeah, I think this was a place that just had zoo. I don't remember fights being super difficult here. Or was there no encounters here? Jose High Road, fighting the sunlight. It's the only way to fight one of the enemies. Well, this area doesn't seem to have anything, unfortunately. So probably Jose High Road is our next destination. We gotta go to Jose High Road, Moonflow, Guado Salam. I'm trying to think of like where the... So Calmlands are a ways away. Like, unless we're really close to everything everything in all of these areas being done. So fight in the sunlight, huh? So, Funguar. So, we're already good on that one. We're good on Raptors.
Yeah.
So, Funguar and Raptors we're good on. I'm curious what the enemy that we need to, that we need to fight in the sunlight. Like spots like this, like fighting in the shadows doesn't, like if I go under the cliff, that doesn't work. This area still has mushroom rock enemies mostly. Let me double check that this I'm pretty sure we have Lamash 2 already. Yeah.
See ya.
Alright, next screen. It's just a regular bird monster, but it only shows up in sunlight for some reason. Yeah, we got these already. I'm curious why they would do that. Like, I would imagine for, like, world building / like, I don't know, lore purposes, maybe. Ah, okay. This makes more sense when you talk about in sunlight. Bite bug. And these are still Funguar. They're not even named differently. I was just mashing circle. double check my spheres again. It's gonna be really funny when I actually summon Bahamut again, and he just crushes everything. Preemptive strike.
It's over.
Basilisks, huh? Six ability spheres. God damn. Oh my god, there's so many freaking Pokemon. I just want... Oh, hold on. My frickin' microphone is slipping slightly. I don't like that at all. Preemptive strike, Lamash 2, Funguar, and Raptor. These we can just run from. Is the enemy the bite bugs? God damn it, not these again. Go to the next one. Fight in the sunlight. Yeah, this is perfect. This is exactly what I want. All enemies that I can capture. So that should be five basilisks and 4 bite bugs. The enemy is Simur. Ugh. Like the frickin' Yu-Gi-Oh card. They didn't have to make it a rare encounter.
See ya!
If you're getting Bite Bug times 2 and Funguar, you're technically in the shade according to game logic. I don't know how I would have gotten shade here. Bite Bug captured. Bite Bug captured. Yeah, if this area is considered shade, then I don't know what sunlight is considered. I use a spreadsheet for this stuff, but I like your method better. I find if I have to start tallying stuff on a spreadsheet, I get really annoyed by I get annoyed by it. Try going ahead to a spot where the camera changes angle. That's where I grinded from. The game itself is lying to me. It doesn't understand that I'm in the sun. Still nothing here. Is it just like this area where I get out from under the overpass? That's our 6th basilisk, I think.
See ya!
This has got to be sunlight, right? This is the brightest spot it's been. I finished the area except for the stupid bird. Looked up what I was missing and found this out. Damn. Unfortunate. Well, I guess I'm just gonna have to really hope and pray that it actually, that this is the necessary place. This area seems like it would be so easy. I think this is gonna be... I think that's 7 and 8. Quick! Hi, Ragged Friends. How you doing, Hank? Garm, Bunyip, and Snowflawn. I have not seen any of these enemies yet.
See ya!
At least not since the first time I came through. So this must be the right place. I wonder if this counts. Doesn't feel like it. Quick, spin in circles. Ah, there's the Simurgh. Bite bugs.
Yeah!
I think those are the last 2 bite bugs, too. It's just a shame that we're 1 for 10 on Simurghs. Time to get all of them. I'm good. We on to end game now. Kinda. I'm doing some side questing. I don't think we're like near the end of the game. Like we're near it for sure. But there's still like a lot more. I don't know about a lot more even.
See ya!
We were told to think about what we were doing so that we don't fuck up our approach on the final boss. So I was like, alright, I'll take this opportunity to do all of these side quest activities that I have yet to do. So we're currently filling out our Pokédex. 10 times over. We need to kill 10 of basically every enemy. So that's Snowflawns. These guys we've got already.
See ya!
I think we only have 2 Snowflawn though, and like 3 Simurghs. So those guys might end up being our bigger bottleneck here. We need to fight so many guys. And then once we get near the end, we're like, ah, yes, I need to run away from everything. I'm pretty sure these are done. Nope. Okay. So we're done now. So we can run from anything that's basilisks and something else that we've done already. This is so silly. We're just gonna run in circles. Yeah, so like this we can run from. Because we got Fungwars, we got Basilisks. Just need... Really, it's the Bunyips, the Garms. It's Bunyip, Garms, Simurgh, and Iceflawn, I'm pretty sure. Yeah. Oh, Unilearned Ally. Or Overdrive Mode Ally. Oh boy. Ability, Una, Cure. Rag wants multiple guys at once. Okay. Well, when you say it like that... when you say it like that, it implies some things. It implies some things that I don't know that I necessarily agree with. In fact, I'm quite confident I disagree with them. Strongly. The fuck? Hold on. My fucking microphone has decided it wants to be really loose right now for some reason. Ugh. Alright. Hopefully that's better. Man, how fucked up would it be if there was enemies like this in every single zone? And that I was only gonna find out after I went through the Calm Lands and ruined my life. Dodged. Dodged again. We're just gonna go ahead and, Isuna, so that you don't miss embarrassingly. Bunyip.
Yeah.
Alright. I like those, I like the Bunyips, for some reason. I think I like those, like, rock enemies. I think one of the things that I would, criticize this game for, if I was going to levy criticism at it, I think the main thing I would say is that it feels really, it feels really weird to see practically identical enemies. Oh, she's learned Comrade. It feels really weird to see practically identical enemies given different names. Like, I know it's not, like, unique to Final Fantasy X, but it is something that I think is not as good as, like, just... Oh, did you not... Were you not able to get away? So, Rags, do you like Seymour? Why are you asking me that question? Why do I have this horrible feeling Seymour is coming back for round 4? Seymour died 3 times. Seymour, 3 strikes and you're out, brother. What the fuck is the deal with Seymour? He's not coming back for round fucking 4, is he? To be honest, I wanted your opinion. Oh. I mean, all we've seen from him, like, as of right now, Seymour, how you doing, Raifu? The only thing that I can think of with Seymour is he's a bad guy who tries to cuck you, and I find that very annoying. But like, we see him like sobbing with his mom in the ruins of Zanarkand, and I'm like, I wonder what the hell that's supposed to do for me. Like, he's not sympathetic. I don't like him anymore. It's like, damn, your life sucked. You deserve it. But, like, we don't actually know anything more than that. Like, as a villain, fantastic. I fucking love having a villain I can just hate unabashedly. But, like, as a character, I'm kind of like, he's kind of a dick and I don't like him. Another Snowflawn. I think that's what. I like the cheek crit with for a 64. Reminder, he's a half-breed Guado and human, treated like shit by both sides. Turned his mom into a summon and bitched out of stopping Sin. Did we actually get that he bitched out of stopping Sin? I mean, he was like a fucking 6-year-old or whatever. He looked like a little kid when he in that one little thing that we saw from him. Like, I didn't really get the sense, oh, he was too cowardly. Maybe it was a line that I missed or didn't interpret correctly. And, like, I don't know about the whole treated by, like, shit by both sides, because when we got to Guado, like, everybody was glazing him. Everybody was like, oh, he's been, like, the best ever since we've known him. If you do the final summon, Unalesca said so, he wouldn't be around.
Yeah.
Well, oh, like, okay, like Seymour, like, it's implied Seymour bitched out because he didn't go fight Sin. I mean, maybe. I kind of get this, I get the sense more so from him that he decided that he wanted something else. Not like, oh, this enemy is too scary, I can't do this. Or like, oh, I've like done all this bullshit. I don't like, this isn't what, like, whatever. I don't get the sense that it was driven by any kind of like cowardice. I got more so the sense that he was more interested in the political game. And like, being the maester he was, like, he was talking with was it Maester? He was allied with, like, Keenock at first. Keenock and... oh god, I can't remember his name. Machen? Whatever it is. The other, like, head of the Yevonites, like, before. he was like the fucking president or whatever. Hey Ragathu, I guess I can stick around because no story spoilers. Anyways, the Marble Mania code is already up to 400 lines of pure slop. Damn. He was a kid who left to watch. He was a kid who legit had to watch his mom die for him. He was a young kid, so running away from all this makes sense and hating it all. I mean, I'm not saying that that's not the case. I'm saying that that hasn't really been shown beyond that one little, like, we see him crying, like, outside of the ruins of Xanarkand. Like, I think it's a bit of a reach to start talking about Seymour's trauma and shit. Like, is it? It might be implied that's probably the implication. I don't get that sense from it. I don't think it makes the character any more interesting or better to me if that's the way that they've decided to portray it. Because we don't really get any more insight into his perspective on all of this shit beyond those few moments. Like, he starts talking exactly like Yunalesca. Like, if anything, you would imagine that he would be doing exactly the same thing. You would imagine he would be allied with her and doing that same... doing the plan. You know, going to stop Sin. Because he started talking the exact same way. You know, like, oh, death is freedom, or whatever. Very... I find it difficult to sympathize, let alone empathize with him. By the way, Rag, there was this Reddit mod whose girlfriend wasn't online for 2 days, so he made a fucking missing poster. And then he found out she committed game over and made the gravestone of her made a gravestone of her fucking profile picture. What the fuck? Every day I'm glad I'm not a minor on today's internet. Also, turns out she was an Indian teen. What the fuck is going on? He grew up strong, they're rimming him to survive. That's fair. If everybody is sucking up to him now, but he was, like, discriminated against before, I wouldn't be surprised if that was the case. An Indian teen boy who is still very much alive. When he told him she died, he said, she's no more, and his response was no. I'm so happy I'm not terminally online. Nobody should be terminally online. There's a reason it's terminally online. Quick! Kill this fucking... We need Garms, Bunyips, Ice Flans.
See ya!
So many fucking enemies that we need here. There's like 4 different types that we're still... We still need multiple captures of. It's like the... It's those 3 that we just had, and then the Simur. I love the little quotes people do when they hit things or run away. I like the ones where when they're like they basically guarantee that you're gonna kill it before you actually hit it. Like there, when he's like, "See ya!" He only does. They only do that if their attack is going to kill. Titus is live and let live when he runs away is great. It is pretty good. Live and let live.
See ya!
See ya. See ya. Rag, I'm planning on going to art school. If I get rejected, I might go into politics. That sounds like a very familiar pipeline. I would highly recommend choosing a different pipeline. What do you think of Titus's story so far? I like Titus's story.
Yeah!
I think it's interesting how we're given a little bit of Titus's past. Basically, his memories of his father are not very good. Most of them being his dad putting him down, and then up and leaving. And then when he recounts the experience with his mother, and how she just kind of when his dad disappeared, he kind of took his mom with him, you know, for Titus. Like, he doesn't he has a lot of anger and like daddy issues for like related to this whole thing. And I think it's interesting how God fucking damn it. I think it's interesting how Jecht in turn is eventually kind of we get a lot more characterization from him, basically showing that like showing his intentions rather than specifically what like he talks a little bit about like what he wanted for Titus, what he wanted to do, because like the memory we really see with Titus is basically Jecht is an arrogant drunk and kind of a dick to him. And when we see Jecht in Spira and how he's like trying to he talks about like wanting to go home and like see his kid again because he loves him, and it's like this whole thing. It like I think it's interesting that as we see that stuff, like we learn it kind of at the same time as Titus, and he very much I wish that there was more like outward change, because it's a little like from what we see from Titus is very limited. Like he's not he doesn't get many opportunities, I guess, to talk about his dad specifically in the plot. Like we have like I feel like it's pretty obvious he's softened on his fuck Jecht's position. Like, Jecht is a bad dude and I don't like him. But if he's like, I don't know that if we've seen Titus shift quite as much as like I have on Jecht. Like I like Jecht a lot now. Like I think he's I think that his like his character flaws are still, you know, they're character flaws. But he like fundamentally he's not like a bad or broken person. He's just kind of he was like he's a jock. He's a little bit like he didn't really understand his son's feelings because his son was 7. and then he never had the opportunity to, like, actually show him, like, have those moments of, like, fatherly, like, connection, you know? I am jacked. You can always combine your passions and make political comics. You could do that as well. To be fair, Titus is bottling it up because bro's kind of lost. Like, the laughing scene is a peak moment of him just forcing something out. I think that's true. And it does actually make the, it makes the laughing scene kind of make a little more sense. And, like, his prior scene where he's, like, screaming, like, he just shouts because he's like, damn, I'm feeling shit right now, and then fucking, like, screams because he's, like, doesn't understand what the fuck's happening. But it's not like the few times that we do get to see him talk about Jecht is basically, like, whenever Orin brings Jecht up. And I wonder if Orin really understands, like, Titus's perspective on his dad. Like, we've seen some of the spheres that that we've picked up because of that we've picked up for that have, like, memories with Jecht and shit. And it's clear that Orin and Jecht are friends. But I wonder how much Orin understands of Titus's perspective, because he hasn't really said anything to him. He's just got, like, there's a general understanding Titus doesn't like his dad. But, like, beyond that? Hey kids, what did I miss? Mostly just grinding. We're trying to get the Pokemon, shit. So I need to find all of these fucking things. I remembered what I was looking in my inventory for. Power, speed, mana, ability. Let's spend down again. Not that we necessarily need to, just... Pokemon. It's sad that the scene is reduced to a meme when it's really depressing. It is a bit sad, but I think that's kind of how memes tend to be, you know? Like, you're not... They kind of just take something completely out of context. Alright, Garms are done. Bunyips are done.
See ya!
Snowflawn. So we're missing Snowflawn and Simurgh. Rag beat Dark Yojimbo. The hubris of Rag is that of a hard-on. I don't know if you're saying Rag, go beat Dark Yojimbo, if you're trying to lie to me, or if you're trying to lie to other people by telling them that I did that. I absolutely slept on how good FF10 was when I was young. Alright, Snowflawns are good. So we just need the Simurghs now. We can run from anything that doesn't have a Simurgh in it. I think it's pretty normal to sleep on how good, how good or even. I think it's normal to not understand the quality of something, especially when you're younger. Like, there's a reason people say that you should, like, read the same books at different points in your life. What is your opinions on the rest of the party, starting with Waka? Interesting. I like Waka. Like, I think I like his character, like his attitude and the way he talks about stuff. I think his prejudice against the Al Bhed is well-founded in his story. Like, it kind of makes sense, I think, that his brother, like, his brother's death would have had such an impact on him. I think that makes perfect sense. Simurgs are done. Sweet. Alright, so we're done in this area. I think that the fact that the Al Bhed, he used an Al Bhed Machina instead of the sword that his brother gave him. It's frustrating in multiple ways, I can imagine, because, like, on the one hand, it's like a very obvious, like, well, I'm going to use the Machina because I perceive the Machina to be stronger. And at the same time, the fact that it resulted in not even that decision necessarily resulted in Chapu's death, but the fact that he was using an Al Bhed weapon, like, it's bad enough that Chapu died using an Al Bhed weapon. I think it hurts more that he used it over the sword that Waka gave him, right? And so I can understand how that would create, like, this prejudice within him that he would that would then, like, turn into the full-blown racism that we actually he displays. I think it's an interesting and well executed way to do that kind of story, right? Because it's not like, oh, Waka racist because we wanted a racist character for its own sake. Like, that might have been, like, the narrative reason, because that dynamic of having a character who is racist against half of one of the main characters, like being her being, like, Yuna being half Al Bhed, and also against Riku entirely when Riku is helpful. The warrior monks have returned to Bevel. In other words, they fled. No, God, what the fuck? You are now past me on the story, and I'm struggling on the Chocobo minigame more than my 2001 gameplay. Are the Ochu in the monster area list? If so, you'll have to walk... You'll have to go left and walk up the road to grind them now. Yeah, sure, why not? None of these dudes. So, since we started with Waka, I think it makes sense to go on to Lulu next. Lulu, I think, has been neglected somewhat. 3 level 1 key spheres. We know that she was kind of with Chapu in a way, is the way I understand it. But the...
Take that.
But we haven't actually gotten a whole lot about, like, Like, we haven't gotten a hell of a lot of Lulu's, like, relationship to that, and to Chapu. More interestingly is the last summoner she tried to guard, who she failed in the Yojimbo cave. Don't forget, Waka also then ran into Titus, who looks like Chapu. They say that, but we saw Chapu's ghost, and I'm not gonna lie, I didn't see the resemblance. But I guess if they say he looks similar, then he looks similar. Which that helps him. That helps explain why he was willing to kind of look past Titus being like flagrantly heretical. I guess not. Would it be heresy? I don't know. Like flouting the teachings of Yevon. You know, and like there's the whole like the sin toxins, whatever. How much of that plays a role versus how much of it was this guy looks like my brother, and therefore I like him. a little bit difficult. I think Lulu's story of the what was it? The first summoner she guarded got to the Calm Plains and then decided they didn't want to do it anymore. The second one died in the Yojimbo cave. And then the third one, I imagine, is Yuna. Like, unless there's more that I haven't paid attention to the lore for. But, like, we haven't gotten much beyond that. She's kind of like the mother character in the party. She's like strong and mature in ways that like the other characters aren't. And I don't just mean like, you know, the belt loops and shit like that. That's one thing, but it's not like a hell of a lot of the decision. What the fuck? Oh my god, I can delay my turns? I accidentally hit triangle one time. Lulu's story is closely tied to Waka's also. Yeah, like she and Waka were friends beforehand. I think because of the connection through Chapu, right? Wait, you didn't know you can defend? No, I've been I have not pressed triangle one single time in the menu. I didn't even consider that might be a... Like, I thought about it, like, oh, maybe you can, delay your turn, but, like, there were so many tutorials, and none of them told me I could do that. Like, I could go in here, right? And some of the things I could do is like what I could guard was one of the things, but just pressing triangle. Never even tried it. I probably should have because that was the way it worked in the in like Final Fantasy VIII. Hello, Kisedo Yoshioka. How are you doing? Ooh. Ochu Forest. Ochu Forest. This is where we, Is this the area where we get to ride the Shoopuf? No, this is where she did the dance. This is where she did the first, where Yuna did her first sending, I'm pretty sure. Oh no, this is the Shoopuf. What was the first sending? Fuck, that was like... Was that Kalika? No. Fuck, I can't remember where anything happened anymore. Oh yeah, I probably should have gone backwards and saved before, before walk... Whoa, hold on. There was a thing back there. You're thinking of Kalika? Okay. Eject sphere. Let's take a look. Let's prepare my mental defenses so I don't fucking cry again. Now that wasn't Orin. That wasn't Eject Sphere. That was Orin.
So you don't do anything stupid again. I can't believe you attacked that Shoopuf.
I know, right?
Nebraska had to pay the handler for damages from his own travel money.
I said I was sorry. It's never gonna happen again. I promise.
Ah, a promise. Which you'll forget come tomorrow. Orin, please, he did apologize.
The music is so loud.
That's it. Only thing I drink from now on is Shoopuf milk.
You're sure?
We're on a journey to fight sin and save Spirit, right? If I keep screwing up and making a fool of myself,
Yeah.
my wife and kid are never gonna forgive me.
That's on the record.
Ah ha ha! We've got it on record, bitch. YouTube crapping the bed again. Oh no! Alright, we need to grab the Ochus. We need like fucking a bunch of them. With all the traders and all bet around, not many travelers pass through here anymore. Well, hello there. Are you in luck today? If you buy something now, I'll give you a big discount. What do you say? What are you selling? Rod of Darkness. Fatal Ketchy. Noxious Ketchy. And so, Jekt quits drinking. Welcome, you seem to have fine taste, sir. Listen, buy from me and you won't have any problems down the line. Blurry Moon. Only thing I drink from now on is Shoopuf milk. Man, there's a lot of vendors around here, and all of them are dookie poop. Shoopuf is operating as usual. Dangerous when Shoopuf's close. I'm so hungry I can eat a Shoopuf whole. Don't do that. Yeah, all of this stuff sucks. Not that I'm surprised. I think the best equipment is purchasable from Rin on the ship. Shoopuf Vor? Oh no. Don't open that fucking rabbit hole. I love how that it shows how much Orin did love Tidus. I think it's I like that the spheres tend to show Jekt in a positive light. Like, he's still kind of a brash dumbass. But he's not like a malicious or mean-spirited person. Not Auron. I mean, Jex. I understand. I got what you mean. Because the impression that we get at the very beginning of the game, when we're first starting with, when we're first starting the game, is basically, we have the same understanding that 7-year-old Titus did. Where he's like, my dad shit-talked me and told me I would never be anything, and then disappeared 10 years ago. Like, damn, that's kind of fucked up. Sounds like a terrible guy. And while there's a charitable interpretation to Titus's memories, that's not the interpretation that we lean towards at first. And it really is like through talking to through the spheres with Jacked, that we actually get to kind of, we can change our perspective, and then whether we want to whether Titus changes his perspective. Like, I get this distinct sense that he's softened and like doesn't hate his dad anymore. But it also I don't get the sense that he's fully forgiven him. Right? Like he still doesn't like him. He's still like mad at him, even though he can understand what happened. You know? Big Daddy RNA. I was reading.
Yeah.
Ochu captured. He's probably upset that it took a whole different group of people and time away from him to recognize he was a problem. That is another thing as well. Jecht is probably kicking himself. Because, like, like, he mentioned, we get a flashback. We get a flashback from Titus, where he calls Jecht out and is like, well, if you can quit whenever you want, then do it. And then he doesn't because Jecht is an alcoholic. There's some misplaced blame there, like Titus's mom isn't blameless. I mean, she's not blameless, but it is... I imagine it can't be easy to be like, oh yeah, my fucking husband, who I love dearly, disappeared, you know, and now, like, my entire life is falling apart. And, like, yeah, she still had a responsibility to take care of Titus, but it's... like, there's... I don't know, I find it difficult to be like, oh yeah, she fucked up horribly. It's like, it's like when... It's like when, like, a family member has, like, a severe... has, like, a severe mental illness. And, like... They can't help themselves but to be the way they are. And it's unfortunate.
See ya.
It's like it's unfortunate, but it's not like a... Uh-oh. Oh, that scared me. But it's not like it's necessarily, like, their fault, right? Like, if a family member is, like, clinically depressed, there's only so much you can really do to help them. You know? And, like, if they're not able to take care of themselves, it's a really difficult situation, right? I'm more talking about how Titus was saying his mom ignored him a lot whenever Jecht was there. That as well. like, I don't know, neglecting your child in favor of your lover is also an issue. But that also could just be, like, being a kid and, like, wanting to have the attention. Like, I don't know how much of that is necessarily, like, indicative of, like, actual neglect, which there may well be. But, like, since it's told from Titus's perspective, I'm not 100% certain that it's, like a totally neutral third party would be like, oh yeah, no, Titus's mom was, like, straight, fuck them kids. You know? Titus was a spoiled child. You see a lot from his POV how he really wanted his mom's attention, but you've only seen that one incident. We've only seen the one, but it's enough for Titus to mention it. I think is enough to say that there was probably a pattern of, hey, hey mom, I want your attention for one reason or another, and not receiving it. Whether it was enough to be like, this is like an actual problem and she definitely should have spent more time with him. Like, I don't, like, if, I'm curious to see, I would be curious to see if this, if the story would have been the same if Titus's mom had not, like, fallen into deep depression after Jecht's departure. Like, if she had not been completely broken by his disappearance, would Titus still have the same perspective as he did? I don't think Titus's mom really neglected him, to be honest. For a child, it's definitely profound for sure and misinterpreted. But yeah, Jecht could be gone on a tour because Blitzball and whatnot. I mean, I get that we get the sense that Jecht wasn't around a lot, and like when he was home, we know that we know that he was kind of he was a dumbass who didn't know how to. Didn't really understand how Titus was going to perceive the things that he said and the things that he did. And again, when he disappeared, he didn't have the opportunity to kind of, like, really show that he did love his son, right? Like, so Titus got the first half of, like, the, look how great I am, I'm amazing, arrogant half of his dad, but then never got the intended, like, follow-up of, like, here's me, like, here's me, star player of, like, the fucking, it was the Xanarkin to Abe's, I want to say, they were both on. It's like me, teaching my son how to be the greatest to ever do it, you know, and then, because, I've gotten so used to doing that now. Because he disappeared, he never, he never got to do that half of it, you know? Like, I don't think it's that crazy an idea. Like, the first half is like, I am greatness, this is what greatness looks like. And then the second half being, let me show you how to attain it. Right? And it's, like, maybe it's a bit, a bit silly, but I think that was the plan that he wanted to go with. I think that was Jecht's intention. O2 capture limit reached. All right. Rag has a son. No, it's not boneless. No, I don't actually. I'm flattered that you would think that, though. Oh, okay. Let's see. Other characters and my opinions on them. Holy shit, it's been 4 hours? What the fuck? Alright, well, we're gonna... I think we're gonna go to the ship. I want to see how many more places there are. Wait, Rag hates flattery. Who are you, doppelganger? See, there's a difference. One is intentional, you are trying to flatter me. The other is you have said something that flattered me. I don't like ass licking. Either physical or metaphorical. Board airship. Next up, Kimari. Ah, Kimari. Let's see. Been through here. Is Moonflow even a place that we can do anything at? This just takes me back to where I was, right? I drink and I know things. Indirect flattery is key. It does just take us here. Interesting. Do I ride the Shoop-Puff? Is that...
Ride the Shoop-Puff?
Yeah, sure.
Shoop. Right. On.
So, thoughts on Kimari. Kimari, I think, is a... I feel like he's kind of in the same situation as Lulu. Where... I like him for what we see of him, but I don't think he gets nearly enough screen time, enough depth. Like, we had the moments on Gagazet where he had to solo 2 people, which is cool, and it's a cool moment, but it's also, it feels like it left me with a lot of questions. Because, like, I think I asked these questions too when right after the fight, because they like Kimari refused to admit defeat or whatever. He refused to admit that he had lost, and so his horn was broken by the other Ronso, whose name escapes me at the moment, and. This entire time, the only times that we've seen them has been these Ronso making fun of him for being hornless, you know, and like treating it like he's lesser, like he's been he's being emasculated in a way. And that's true all the way until they it seems like they turn on a dime, and suddenly, like, him being hornless is kind of whatever, because he's, like, stronger now and defeated them in a fight. But, like, at the moment, at the time that it happened, I was very much like, if they're just gonna turn around and accept it now, like, him being hornless... Like, what was the purpose of doing that? Why did they... I was very confused by it. Like, there was the whole honor aspect of it, sure. But, like, is the point of breaking the horn not to, like, brand him, essentially? It's Odin. Moonflow is not a section in a monster area. Next up is Thunder Plains. Ah, okay. His stuff is so much more spread out. Like, early on, his coldness, his time in Luco was nearly a fist fight. That's true as well. The meeting the same guys in like the bar and shit that we ended up seeing like later on. We got Thunder Plains, Lake Macalania, Bikanel, Sanubia. Highbridge is the new place. Palmlands, Mount Gagazet, and Xanarkand Ruins. His coldness, I don't really understand his coldness that much in the beginning. I kind of got the sense that it was related to him being hornless, but that wasn't the case. And then I was like, oh, maybe it has to do with whatever traveling with Yuna. And maybe, I don't know. I'm still not quite sure why he was so, like he didn't talk in the beginning.
Here we go!
Alright. So, this area... Oh, no, that's right. Hornless. It's because all Ronso tried to be the strongest, but Kimari was a notably smaller runt Ronso. What, so just him being quiet? Him being quiet is related basically just to the fact that he's small? I mean, I guess that makes sense. Yeah, we've already got the Quacktoirs. Do you want to hear the story about the little engine that could? Sure.
It's over.
I spent those 4 hours of building my base in Palworld. Nice. His quietness from the shame of his broken horn, but the reason they turn on a dime is because he proved he was the strongest even though he was smaller than even the women of his age. Interesting. I forgot about that. Now, I think we did these ones, right? Yeah, I kind of wish we'd gotten... Oh, okay, we haven't done the larva.
It's over.
Or the gold elements. Interesting, okay. At least we didn't finish them. I think we did a few of them. I wish we had gotten more insight into Ronso culture more broadly. And... because if that had been the case, then... Oh, we can flee from this. I think it would help elucidate the deal with Kimari a little bit more. Ultimately, I think that he's just kind of... because he's kind of in the same boat, I think, as Lulu. I think Wakka's characterization is done a little bit better, still. Like, I like Kimari, but I don't think he's gotten enough screen time to really shine, you know? There's also the moment with, like, Yuna's fucking not suicide note, whatever the fuck that was, where she mentions Kimari kind of coming to her and, like, mentioning that he was looking for the daughter of Lord Braska. But that's not given a hell of a lot of time. It's, like, basically that one thing. So, like, we know that they have that connection, but damn. The other thing is that the breaking of his horn was meant to stop his breakable spirit. Which it did, since his horn can't grow back, which is why he left. Why he left and found Auron dying. Which leads to everything else, because Auron does die and is a fucking dirty undead. Maybe I should have held off on getting the Cactuars. So, we still need these gold elements. I think we still need wares. Nope. These guys we know we don't need. Auron, while dying, crawls from Xanarkand back to Gagazet. Oh. Overdrive mode Victor for Yuna. Auron crawls from Xanarkand almost all the way to Bevel. Yeah, Auron was a little fucked up after his attempt to 1v1 Yunalesca. Melusine captured. Kusariku captured. This is probably going to be the last zone we do tonight. He did make it to Bevel at the doorstep. He did do that. I dodged one. Then he died. Yeah, he died and was like not actually ready to go, I guess. Okay, so we got the Kusariku. Next after Kimahri is Auron. Auron I find extremely interesting. Auron is a... So, we interpret the leader of the Yevon Temple, the leaders of the Yevon Temple to be kind of, at best, hypocritical. Because they're all undead, essentially. They're all unsent, as it were. When the whole point of the summoners is to send the spirits of the dead, lest they become fiends. And it kind of makes me wonder to what extent fiends are, like, fiends actually are sentient. Alright, so we have the Melusine. Because, like, the way it's shown at first, the assumption is that the fiends envy the living and then kind of become mindless monsters. And like for all the monsters that we're facing, that's pretty obviously the truth, right? That's pretty obviously the case. I need more gold elements and larva. But like, how much of that is like actually preventable? How many unsent are there that can like maintain their psyches essentially? And clearly there are some number of people who can, like as mentioned, the leaders of the Yevonites, and Auron specifically is an example of that. Later, we fight Yunalesca, who I wonder if maybe Yunalesca did turn into a fiend, if that's what the whole Medusa head shit was about. Because I don't get the sense that that's like that doesn't strike me as like good guy shit to do, because she's and based on the history we're given, like Yunalesca seems to be one of the good guys, one of the people who is like championing the defeat of sin and all that stuff. I wonder if maybe that, like, being unsent has some corrosive effect on the psyche. You know, and, like, her being around for so long, it would kind of make sense. Willpower and sense of mission kept him as is, otherwise he'd be a fiend. Well, that's kind of what I mean, right? Because if willpower and a sense of and a sense of mission, a sense of purpose, is enough to stop someone from turning into a fiend, if it's enough to like have that in mind, then there should, at the very least, there should be okay, so larvas are good. There should be a group of these people, of these unsent, who are like who can keep fighting. Because it also makes me wonder what exactly does it mean when an unsent is defeated. Like when Auron dies. Like, what exactly is happening to him? Like, I get that this is like game mechanics and, it's game mechanics versus, like, lore and story kind of being at odds with each other. But, like, Auron is already dead. What could killing him again even do? Right? Like, I understand the concept with the fiends, because they kind of... It seems like they transform. If all of these fiends are supposed to be people who were killed by sin, then what is, like, is it just the same thing, like, you just re-kill them? Doesn't the sense of purpose and shit keep them going anyway? Or is there something special about being killed as an unsent? What is a man? A miserable pile of secrets! You gotta throw down the wine glass when you say it. I'm going to try this again, but every time... everything seems to be working against me tonight. That's unfortunate, Princess Apple. I hope that things will stop turning against you. Fuck my internet, man. Yeah, fuck your internet. The internet is for porn. The internet is for porn. I think it's interesting that they answered the questions regarding how Auron was able to essentially grab Titus, especially because at the beginning, when our first interpretation of events is that that Titus was essentially pulled from the past into the future by sin, by Auron specifically. The thing that I'm still confused about a little bit is that in that first section, when Auron and Titus are fighting together, in Old Zanarkand, I guess is the best way to put it. When they're fighting together, it seemed like Titus recognized Auron, which lets me...
Take that.
It won't even let me put on porn, oh no. It makes me wonder what exactly the connection was there. Was it supposed to be like a subconscious kind of like, huh, this guy is familiar, and it's like, he's familiar because Titus is a summon in a summoned city whose dad became Sin and had a deep connection to Auron. I feel like that's a bit of a stretch. Like, that might be the case. I don't know. Maybe we'll get more answers when we actually go after Sin proper. Auron was asked to watch over Jecht's kid. Auron recognizing Titus makes sense, I think. Okay, like, maybe Jecht had a picture of Titus or whatever, and like, okay, you know what you're looking for. Why does Titus recognize Auron? Has Auron just been back in old Zanarkand this whole time, and has been, like, kinda, like, in the background of Titus's life? I mean, we don't really see that. That's not been, that wasn't shown to us. Like, we get the line that, oh, watch over my son, but I was kind of under the impression that Auron came back after 10 years after finding out or whatever how to go back to old Zanarkand and, like, essentially grab him. I'm also not 100% sure I agree with the definition of, oh, look over my son, as bring my son to this world away from everything that he knows and like, have him kill me or something. Seems like it, being Obi-Wan? Maybe. Maybe. I'm not so sure I buy it. Ooh. How you hit this thing? Alright, gold element's done.
See ya.
We're gonna go up to the other half of the Thunder Plains. We saw Auron speak to Kid Titus at least once in a cutscene. Did we? Even several bouts of electrocution won't keep you down. For your admirable display of courage, the Bilgen Memorial Travel Agency confers upon you the Fighting Spirit Reward. Neat. This is the one that tells me... Yeah, 26 bolts total. And 11 consecutive. Alright. Let's check the north half. I need to see that cutscene again. I'm sure... I don't remember it. Thunder Plains, Throne of Thunder, Lei Shen the Thunder King. Gold element, where one of these things. Let me see if I can find it on YouTube. I think it was more he was watching Titus. Jecht came back to get them both. I don't see anything on the north half that we don't see in the other half. I think it's the same enemies. Yeah, alright. Holy shit, it's been 4.5 hours. I think that's plenty of time. Holy fuck. Next time, I guess I should, since we're just doing grinding shit, I should probably start the stream and start playing games sooner instead of yapping for 40 minutes. I had my surgery yesterday, now the actual hard part, recovering from the surgery. I hope it went well. I mean, it sounds like it went well, based on the fact that you're recovering from it. But, you know, whatever it is, I hope you recover and are totally 100% healthy after the fact. 1 more hour? No. Luckily, I've done a few of these things. Like, I think I've done a decent amount of, Lake Macalania. Because this is like the butterfly stuff, right? So, if we come here, we should be fairly good. We've done most of them, I think. I don't know if we did literally all of them in Macalania. We'll probably, but I think we've at least captured, like, 4 or 5 of most of them. But Rags, you talked for 45 minutes, so 45 more minutes. I talked for 45 minutes, and my typical stream times are like, I say this as I slowly slip into longer and longer streams. My typical stream times are like 3 hours. So 45 minutes of yap, plus 3 hours, plus another 45 minutes, gets us to about 4.5 hours. Which is a little bit under what we have. So next time is going to be Lake Macalania, which we've done most of. Beaconell Island. I think Cenubia Sands is a specific section of Beaconell Island. Yeah, this is the one that has like alls do, I'm pretty sure. And there are some cactuar or whatever. The Calm Lands I'm a little bit worried about because there's a lot of enemies there. Particularly the Marlboros, I'm afraid of. I would want to bring in the our Lulu for the purposes of like nuking them down, but I'm worried that we end up two-shotting them. At the very least, the Marlboro don't seem to be as bad in this game as they were in 8. In 8, they were fucking terrifying. Alright, yeah, I think... Let me see. Who are the other party members? Who haven't I talked about? I haven't talked about Riku. I haven't talked about Riku or Yuna more specifically. So I guess we'll save that for next time. Riku and Yuna. I'm a little bit skeptical to talk about Yuna because of the whole we haven't finished the game yet thing. Shut down. Oh shoot, I almost forgot to say hi to Rag. Well, I'm glad that you did. How you doing, Taran? Go to my... We are unfortunately wrapping up. I don't know if you've been lurking. Sorry, I was beating FF3. Understandable. And you haven't talked about the secret character. I'm glad I could catch you at the end. Hell yeah. It's something at least, right? I am... the secret character. The secret character? Let's see. We talked about Seymour. We talked about most of the party members. It's Riku and Yuna that we haven't really discussed much. I guess we could also try talking about like Rin, or I don't know. We'll probably talk about Riku's extended family or Riku and Yuna's shared extended family later. You want to know who it is? Is it a spoiler? Like, am I gonna find out when I continue the story? Or is it like... is it like Gilgamesh or something? Good night, Rag. Good night, Croc, dude! I hope you had a good time hanging out with me. Good night, Rag. Hopefully my internet likes me more next time. Hopefully, Princess Apple, hopefully. I hope that we, Let's see, today is Friday now. Today is Friday in California. It's Odin, secret party member Odin. Shut up! No, there's no secret fucking party members. There's no goddamn Odin fight. Alright guys, I'm gonna hop off for the night. I appreciate you all coming to hang out with me tonight. It's been a lot of fun. I had a great time hanging out with you. The plan is to stream tomorrow. Yeah. I think it's either Saturday or Sunday. One or both of those days I'm not going to be streaming. It kind of depends on what family is looking like, so just a heads up for that. I'll probably repeat it tomorrow, but just so that I'll have the solid date so that you know what to expect. Other than that, I hope you guys had a good time hanging out with me. I had a good time hanging out with you. I hope you have a good rest of your days, mornings, evenings, nights, whatever it might be, wherever you are in the world, and I will talk to you guys again later. Thanks for watching. Have a good night.